Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, February the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of Trading Room. So I need a couple of yeses. Make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, thank you. Well, Don, hopefully you're in the minority with no screen. Guys, a ton of stuff happening this morning, and let's just take a look at CLOV to begin with, okay? So this is going to be really interesting. So if you know Hindenburg, the short seller, they're the ones who just absolutely slammed NKLA a few months ago, and they were right. Now they've taken aim at one of Chamath's stocks, okay, CLOV. Now you know there's going to be a fight on this one, okay? He is extremely vocal on Twitter, everywhere, so this could be really, really interesting the way it's playing out. No screen? No screen. I don't know there's a black screen, to be honest. Okay. Just give me a moment here. I thought I got a yes and a yes. Okay, just a minute. Let me see what's going on. No, I see YouTube, they can see me. Let me just, there we go. Okay, yeah, I just forgot to click a button. Okay, guys, both rooms are good now. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, so anyway, with the CLOV, you should see CLOV, so it just got absolutely hit this morning. Hindenburg came out with a damning report about them, so this will be fascinating to see how this plays out because Chamath ain't going to take this sitting down. So anyway, that is one to keep an eye on for sure. Ija, I don't know if you're in the YouTube room. What a great call he made with AVXL. AVXL, talking about it back here. What a move after hours. I mean, it had a great move the last 2 days. And then look at this after hours, AVXL. It got all the way up to $22. It's pulled back a little bit, but man, oh man, what a move, AVXL. Yeah, Sava. Incroyable, really. I mean, that is just an amazing run from back here. I mean, it was a $20 stock 3 days ago. $100, 127 in the pre-market today. Right after hours was 122. And I wouldn't be a Canadian unless I drew your attention to this one, guys. Look at the goose. The goose is, the goose is loose. Look at this. What a great gap up for the goose. Canada goose. So this could be really interesting. I mean, look, it's broken out all of this in the weekly chart. On the daily chart, it's got some resistance on the monthly, but maybe this is going to get rolling again. By the way, I have sorted. You'll notice here I've sorted on the earnings date column. We've got a lot of earnings plays. Goose is one of them. HIMX is another one. I've sorted on the earnings column, so you can see right here. These are some of the earnings plays. Anything that says 0.25 or minus 0.25. In both the gap up and the gap down. So that's why I've got it sorted on here. So you can see eBay as an example. eBay. Oh, I'm sure it might. But, I mean, these are all gapped out. Look at eBay, guys. I always joke a little bit about eBay. Who the heck uses eBay? Obviously, people still use eBay. It's an all-time high. It's an absolute all-time high for eBay. Mankind, MNKD continues its strong move from yesterday. MNKD continues. Look at this. What a great day it had yesterday. Look at the volume it had. And it's continuing, though it has pulled back. I mean, it got up to 686 after hours yesterday. Pulled back somewhat, but still up 10%. ONTX. Another little one, just over $1. It's up 20%. Huge volume, 26 million. It's also a big float, 170 million. AACG, AACG. Still holding, kind of holding. I don't know what, 158%. It's looks like this is a China education stock. AACG, massive gap, big or a low float. This probably was a name change, symbol name change back here. It's on an IPO, of course, at 1. So look at this gap up. I don't see any specific news for it. THTX, THTX. Okay, another one that's pulled back quite a bit, 484, back down to 317. Let's see, don't see surges after fast track designation, so that is the reason for the surge at the beginning, fast track designation. Keep an eye on this APRE, guys. APRE, look at this potential gap fill. Okay, this had an interesting day yesterday, got up to 750. In the pre-market, it got up to 738, so I'm just going to keep an eye on this to see how well it holds 7, and that is APRE. ATOS, another small bio, ATOS. Look at this one. I mean, this is, I don't know where the resistance is. Let's take a look at the monthly chart for ATOS. 377 is the high, so the next high looking left, so 468. Now you have to look over here, 508, 508. So 5 is probably the next area of resistance for ATOS if it can see its way through that. I mean, look at the gap for ATOS. Huge move already, 43%. Don't see any specific reason for it. And the aforementioned HIMX. HIMX. It's an earnings play. It's pulled back somewhat, 1278 down to 12. It looks like this is the area of resistance around 1380. So this is an earnings play. So it does still have some room. Let's see how well it holds 12. POW. I know some of you are in this one, or maybe PJ's in this one, our swing trade specialist. POWW. POWW. eBay, I've talked about eBay. AQB is a gap down on a financing. AQB is a financing play. This is way above the financing price. Well, not way above, but it's financing price is $8.50. $8.50. So this is way up, quite a bit above it actually. I mean, 940. It's $1 above the financing price. They've raised $110 million. There's another small one, SIOX. SIOX. Is it still holding? Yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of holding, 323 down to 309, so it is kind of holding its gap. I guess they had some kind of a merger they did, and on completion of the merger, they received an additional $8.6 million. So definitely, and it's a fairly low float, 29 million in the float. I have an alert set right up here at 326. See if it takes that out. You look left on the daily, 415 is the next high. Skills, just as I was opening the room, Skills, SKLZ, is massive. Look at this pop. Holy smokes. Signs a multi-year gaming, the NFL and Skills sign a multi-year gaming agreement. Huge news for it, I guess. And let me see. I know I had another one, I think. PFIE. Let's see if it's holding its gap. PFIE. No. So this is not holding its gap at all. 240 was the high. It's down to 147 now. Still a massive gap above on the daily chart and the weekly chart. Probably coming into some resistance. So right around that 190 $2 level. What did it get to? Actually popped way above that level. So we'll have to see. Yeah, AVXL, I mean, amazing move, guys. 3 days. Well, this is not even this is still the pre-market. So, I mean, 2 days ago, this was $6.60, $6 stock. Again, I don't see any news on it. I mean, I guess it's a virus play. Is it a virus play? The only reason, no, it may not. No, it's not a virus play. I guess it's just sort of lumped in with a bunch of virus headlines. Yes, 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 yes. I don't know why I keep forgetting that. So it's Alzheimer's, right? And Givo, yes, Givo didn't do anything yesterday, but it is inching its way up. And it's only up 2%, but it is inching its way up. And guys are talking about apps. Yeah, the apps is an earnings play. APPS, another all-time high. Digital Turbine, APPS, an all-time high earnings play. eBay. Just looking at some of the other earnings plays here, guys. We're going to see a lot more. This column will really start to fill up. Some more expensive one. LCI was an earnings play, and I saw it had really, yeah, look at this. I mean, look at LCI. This is an earnings play. This is gap down below all that, in theory, support, LCI. Boy, what it's been on a just terrible over the last few days. Released earnings, excuse me, after hours yesterday. All right, guys, I am now going to take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a look at some of the, again, upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. How active are they? Okay, actually not too active, not too many downgrades, not too many upgrades. I'll get a few of them in. All right, Bank of America Securities has become my favorite analyst. They're upgrading Best Buy, BBY. A couple of upgrades for Mitch, MTCH. I think that's a fairly expensive stock, but a couple of upgrades I'm seeing for MTCH. And just a couple more to go, and now we'll get to the downgrades. So there are some of the upgrades this morning. And as I said, not too many downgrades. And the last two. All right, there you have it. Some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, here's Momo, guys. Momo is piling in now. MOMO, what sort of resistance does it have? Probably around a little over $20 for Momo on the monthly. The weekly, the same thing. So this has a little bit of room. Little bit of room. MOMO. See how that VXRT is doing today, if it has any bounce potential whatsoever. Not real. Well, I shouldn't say not really, but I mean it's not bouncing yet at all. This is the one that got, of course, absolutely killed yesterday. GMDA. That's my thoughts on GMDA. What time is it? 9:21. Okay, I have some time. Excuse me. Well, as usual, there's really no volume yet, so I mean, obviously, if it can take out that 10 level, it's had a couple of months it's trying to spike higher. Other than that, I have no insight whatsoever on it. It's a relatively low float, 36 million in the float. Has earnings next month, but I have no insight, in which direction it's going to go. It had a great day 2 days ago. Maybe a rest. Probably has to take out that 10 level for it to get rolling again. The LCI, guys, is really getting clobbered here on earnings. Really getting clobbered. What did it get down to? I don't know if that is a real true sale right down here at 549 for LCI. But I mean, more importantly, look what it's taking out on the daily chart. Yeah, I don't know if I can believe that bottoming tail for APRI. Yeah, I don't really. You get these you get these weird bottoming tails, even topping tails from time to time. Lizzie is not over either. Look at Lizzie. I mean, it's actually above yesterday's high. Wow. Lizzie, LIZI is above yesterday's high. Okay, so I don't think I ever saw any news on this one, but I do see some news now. Collaborates with PopMart to create the first branded podcast. Or maybe there was news on that. I did not see that before. So is that enough to is that enough to move it? I guess so. All right, here's another. These are sort of late bloomers that I'm looking at. There's the PSTG is gapping up. ENLV, DOYU. As usual, I got to wait for. I wait usually about 15 minutes before I do anything. I'm going to load now. I'm going to load my layout now that I use during market hours. Okay. Same. I haven't changed it in a couple of months, Thomas. It's best WL. I don't think I'll be changing it. I'm just going to keep it at best WL. And let me make sure I get the right basic new highs in here before we start. Market's going to open in about 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes from now. Remember Farm yesterday? Farm, I mean, I called it sneaky good. Started getting the alert right around here, around 680. It got all the way up to, 580. It got up to 680. It was just a sneaky good little trade yesterday. I don't think I've really ever seen them before. Through the 200-day moving average yesterday. All right, guys, give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Here's another one. This is on my watch list. It's a little more expensive than normal on my watch list, but there's a no volume yet, a BDTX. It had a great day yesterday. Maybe trying to fill in this gap here. BDTX. All right, guys, we have 30 seconds before the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And if you want to follow my watch list, better quickly do this. Follow my watch list up and down. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. Click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only, okay, we're open. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. My homepage link is right here. Nick B, right here. Yeah, this is a high day really Momo scanner also, but if you click on my homepage, 88, you'll see, and click on the scan section, you'll see I do have a high day Momo scan, momentum scanner, okay? Both for up and for down. So just click on my homepage and go to the scan section. Okay, we are now open, of course. PFIE. Again, this is going to be a real, it's going to be a bit of a war right here with CLOV. All right, I see APRI just gave up 7, so I'm going to see, just going to put an alert back up here to see if it takes back 7, APRE. All right, guys, well, maybe this is on a way for a little bit of a bounce here. VXRT. Yeah, well, look at this. Look at the bounce now for VXRT. So will this persist? There's a lot of volume that just came into VXRT. Will this persist? That's the million-dollar question. Well, here's one. CYTH. This is not a SPAC either, and it's a low float. Look at this one. CYTH. It is popping up and the momentum up. Again, that's the Momo scanner. One of the ones I'm sharing. Going to my watch list. I don't see any news on it, but it is ripping here. Watching to see if that bid can catch up to the ask on CYTH. Well, this is interesting. The CYTH, excuse me, this came out of nowhere. I don't think this. It might be an IPO, but I doubt it. Probably, excuse me, a symbol name change. Wow, look at it now, guys. CYTH. I mean, it's early. I mean, with that float, 3.8 million in the float, anything could happen. I wonder what they in theory are all about. Get these crazy ones right off the bat. CYTH. Well, that's a big wow. Look at this CYTH, guys, right off the bat. Again, I don't see any news on it. I mean, I do see from the 27th, and this is probably just got halted. CYTH just got halted. Wow, and it's looks like a 13-13 open. halted at 1220, excuse me, 1222. Could be a 13, wow, 1350, 1389. I mean, this is going to be all over the place until, this is what I'm talking about. This is the projected open, but this will change. You know, if this is a 5-minute halt. And that is from Interactive Brokers. Do not, this is not part of Trade Ideas. That's your time and sales. Virtually all brokers will have something like that. Whew. I'm waiting on this CYTH to see where it opens. There's ATOS. So it had the pullback, and now it is at the, well, it's a market high, not a pre-market high. 501 is a pre-market high. I'm going to stick an alert up there, see if it takes it out later. Maybe, Alex. Maybe. You know, I don't often trade in the first 15 minutes. You know that. So $18.49 is the high right there. So we do have one from the options, RF 1870, and what's the high looking here is 1871. So man, I mean, this has got room, guys. The high is 1871. Let's see it take that out, and let's see if this can roll. I'm going to put an alert around 1886 for RF. See if it takes that out. We have a halt. A WAFU is halted. WAFU is halted. Fingers crossed. 9:35:50. What time is it right now? So it's got a little bit. Still a little bit to open. Nothing is, well, I shouldn't say nothing, but there's the pre-market high for Lizzie, L-I-Z-I. It's about 1289, 1290 or so. Right here, momentum up. It was, it's right there, CYTH. CYTH, it wasn't at 1222, it was down here. Sorry. Let's see, CYTH. It popped up right here. This level. It's also here, 1201, 935 at 1201. But again, it popped up early, almost on market open. This doesn't show, this shows the latest high. Doesn't show where the first one happened. You know, I've organized it that way. But yeah, it popped up early. I'm not sure I'd ever seen that one before. So yeah, every now and then I'll do something crazy. Meanwhile, look at Tiger, T-I-G-R, T-I-G-R. Oh, wow. Look at this move here. Look at the volume that's come in to Tiger. New all-time high now for TIGR, China Financial. LIZI over and over and over again in terms of my alert. What I'm talking about right here. This is a no repeat version. This is the first time it was alerted. LIZI 1168. And here it keeps, and in the repeat version, you can see it keeps making new high after new high after new high. All right, I'm just holding on, guys. I just have to watch how this opens. 9:35:50. The time is 9. All right, this is not going to be a 5-minute halt, which is too bad. All right, there's RF. Shoot, it's not going to be a 5-minute halt. We have another halt. CPSH just got halted. Look at this. What a This is like the AVXL. I mean, look where it was 2 days ago. 680, 2257 right now. Flippin' believable. Meanwhile, Lizzie, Thin Lizzie, look at this thing go. So there's the pre-market high, 1282. So it's about $1 away from that pre-market high. So much is happening right off the bat. All right, so this RF is a little bit above that high. This is, I guess it's not a lifetime high. I don't know where the lifetime high would be. Well, I guess it would be right up here, around 20, a little over $20 for RF. So, regional bank. Haven't had a chance to even look at the goose. Go, goose, go. Here's another earnings play, guys. Visto, VSTO. This is well, not an all-time high, but Visto is an earnings play. Nice break on the weekly and the monthly and the daily. I don't know where the resistance is. Wow. And this is not this is not a super low float. I mean, it's 33 million in the float, and it's not a lot, but it's not incredibly low. What time is it now? 9:44. So fingers crossed for me, 9:45, 10 seconds before 9:46. Hopefully that opens, that's CYTH. All right, Mankind on the way down now. This is actually a shortable stock for me at Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm looking to short it right away here, but MNKD giving up a lot. Looks like on that, wow. So this it's basically a triple in 3 days. And that's LIZI. CPSH just opened. It wouldn't surprise me if this LIZI gets halted. All right, we're open. Okay, guys, I've taken some out just in case. CYTH. See, I can't believe LIZI has obviously has not hit the threshold for a halt. Okay, guys, I don't often do that, but you know, I did take an early trade. But you know, all I can do is point out one, and you know, if it if it's something that you want to do, there's AVXL. Look at this. I mean, it's right back up. Looked like it was, you know, going to give up quite a bit. 1666 pre-market low. Only a $6 pop from that. All right, guys, the battle is on with the CLOV between Hindenburg and Chamath. Okay, big battle is going to happen here. All right. All right. Well, next, let's see. Look at this move here. This is almost an all-time high. I mean, this is the all-time high over here, 1525. Crazy. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Sorry, I am on mute. Sorry, thank you very much. So I'm just pointing out that, I mean, if you're, I mean, I typically never ever take it, well, never ever. I don't often take trades before 9:45, but if you're, you know, if that's your style of trading, you want to try to catch some of the early morning momentum trades. This is the momentum up, down, up and down. All right, part two of the scans that I'm sharing. All you have to do is click on my home page and go to the scan section. And I put my homepage in the rooms, okay? All right, I can take a breather. All right, so with this RF, this is the only one that showed up in my option scan. I am just going to wait on it to see if it can, you know, get out of this area here. Here being around 1890. What do you mean what happened to Sava? What do you mean what happened to it? Well, they had big news about an Alzheimer drug, I guess. Not I guess, that was the news. So I'm sure it's out there if you just do a Google search. Yeah, well, I'm 100% sure if you did a search on it, you would see that news. And this is a sympathy play to it. AVXL has been pointed out a million times to me, and I sometimes forget, but AVXL is a sympathy play with Sava. There's no specific news on it that I can see. It's just a sympathy play. Oh, I thought it was Alzheimer's with Sava. I didn't. I didn't think it had anything to do with the virus. All right, guys, what a start. And we have another halt here. CPSH just got halted still on the way up. What did they do? I don't. U.S. stock. And this is, well, I have a 30-30 open. Again, guys, I am just waiting on, I mean, this is so boring compared to the rest of them, but I'm just waiting on the RF to see if it takes out this area. This is part of my, the moving higher with unusually strong options. I mean, compared to, the rest of them, it's very boring, but you know what? I'm just going to keep an eye on it. I have a level. Come back. Thank you. I have a level that if it takes it out, I will get interested in it. So, Aisha, I guess we're a little bit early on the APRE, I guess. Or this doesn't seem to have the same feel as the AVXL. Where is Chris? Now, I know there are probably several Chris's in the room. The Chris who talked about, some of these bottoming tails or topping tails that we see that we don't think are real. Here's another one. It turned out to be real. I don't know if that Chris is in the room, right? So that is you, Chris. Here's another one. I don't know if you remember, if you were in the room when I talked about this, and I said, well, I don't know if I can believe that bottoming tail, but look. Yeah, but you're in a lot earlier. If I'm going to get into this APRE, it's going to have to take out that 7 again. You're obviously in a lot earlier than I am, probably around the 550 mark. So I have an alert set, I think around 702 for APRE, which might get me interested. You just have to look at that void. It might be. It just might be, Chris. But I saw this and I thought, Okay, in fact, let me just take a look. I want to see something here in the APA. Okay, guys, there's the RF. Mini move here, mini move. Again, it's the only one in the options play. You're moving higher with unusually strong options. It's the only one so far. And again, it may be boring, but sometimes boring is good. All right, Ija, I'm probably in on another 7 with the APRE. Not the APRE, APRE. Okay, what is the market doing? I haven't even checked to see what our market is doing. Okay, so we got the NAS is up, Dow is up, and SPY is up. So and the first 15-minute candle for the SPY had a nice pop. A little bit of a pop here. So let's see if this holds. And we just got a resume on the CPSH, and so that's a big drop actually. Hit 30, so it's a $3 drop, $3.50 drop or so from the high here. And we have another halt, CPSH on the way down now. Another halt on the way down. Whoa, hopefully nobody is trapped in this one. Hopefully nobody chased this one, guys. The reason I'm saying that, as we speak, I mean, this can change, of course. I'm seeing 23.23 on the open right now. Now, this can change. There's a halt at 26.63. So hopefully nobody chased that one up. I mean, again, that can change. Another massive mover, CRMD. I mean, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, this was a $9 stock, 16 now. And not an all-time high. I'd have to back this up on the monthly chart to see when we have those levels again. So we have to go back to 2016. 2016. It's taking those out. So we have to go back to, again, May of 2016. So almost 5 years ago for these levels for CRMD. I mean, this is typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15, guys. I mean, the CYTH, this could have done this right here. I just took a chance. And, in this particular case, I got lucky. But anyway, let's see if it holds 10. I mean, it's still up 28%. Meanwhile, let's see what's happening here. You see what happened here? I was wondering, why did it take Cron? I had this in from yesterday on a pullback play. Okay, this is in the simulator. And this is HOL is still, this is from 2 days ago, I think. This is in the simulator, up $700. Okay, RF slowly. The key will be a break of 19, I believe. It's a big float. The other thing is, it is a big float. You know what, guys? Something is wrong here. Just give me a moment here. Something's wrong. Just give me a moment here. Something is amiss. Oh, I see. I think I see what I see. No. Okay, there's something wrong here because this option volume today should be at 500% minimum. I don't know why this is showing up. Well, unless our single stock window just has wrong data. I mean, it's still not a bad play, but just give me a moment here, okay? I don't know what's going on here, guys. This is, okay, you see here it says only 316 options today. Contracts today. And that minimum is supposed to be 2,000 for it to to get into this, to get an alert, as well as being five. Now, I mean, it says the option volume is 7.3K. So I mean, everything here, it's meeting the filter requirements, but it's not giving me the same results in the single stock window. I'm going to have to, I mean, it's still working, but I'm going to have to do a screenshot. I want to pass that on to somebody and find out why that's happening. Really, it is? Wonder why it's not coming up on our option volume today like that. Okay, well, let me do a refresh. The last thing I want is something that what scanner are you talking about, SQ? Are you looking at another scanner? Or are you talking about the Trade Ideas scanner? Yes, I know, but look at the single stock window. Single stock window says 346 and 11.8. I mean, I know what it's saying here, you know, the 7.3 or 7,300% and the number of contracts. I get that, but it's not, there's no correlation. So what I'd like is anybody has access to other option data, maybe in some other, I don't know, scanner or website that they can look at to confirm with our RF. If you can help me there, if you have a moment. I mean, look, it's working. I guess the bottom line is that it is working. There's the alert at 1870. It looks like it's going to break 19 now, but I'm a little concerned that there's no correlation right now. Well, no, but I mean, that's, you know, there has to be a correlation. Yes, what I'd like though is if somebody has access to maybe, I don't know, some other platform that actually has option data. Just to set my mind at ease that, okay, if there's something wrong here, that's fine, as long as the scanner is actually working though, like the scanner. Yeah, I don't, I'm talking about finding data outside of trade ideas, okay? Okay, there you go. Only a few options. There you go. Okay, I have to, I want to, I mean, listen, it's working, but I have to take a screenshot of this. Ah, would help if I had the right. Give me a moment here, guys. Give me a moment, please. All right, see if I can get to the bottom of that. I mean, the bottom line, guys, is it's working. But I mean, 1870 on the alert. We're at 1901 now, so it is working. But Ash, okay, it's probably not for a while. Maybe in April sometime. Okay, so I had a question. I had a question about when is the next test drive? Probably in April sometime. All right. Well, I got distracted on that. So what else is happening? There it is. There's CYCN. Yes, CYCN surging right now. There's the pre-market high is $5. Now, when you look left, what do we see? We see 719. So it's got room. It's got room all over the place on the weekly and the monthly. So it does have room, and the market is surging. All right, well, I'm going to start setting some price alerts a little bit above here, see if I can induce RF a little bit further up. I just don't tell me you're grumpy. All right, Chadmath fighting back. There's the low. There's the low. 1182, 1303 now, fighting back with a vengeance. I haven't checked his Twitter account, but yeah, Tiger is a killer. Tiger by the tail. Look at this. I mean, this has just been a tremendous run from $5 about 2 weeks ago. Sorry, 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago. No link to my complete layout. No, individual scans. So if you click on my home page, all the individual scans are there. So I'm sorry, I'm just answering. I was asked if that's been happening before. I haven't noticed. I'm talking about my options play. I mean, I haven't really paid that much attention to what it's saying, what it's showing in the single stock window for the previous days. But my guess is that hopefully this is just an anomaly today. But it's a good anomaly because it's working well. I mean, 1870 on the alert. We're now at 1906. Okay, guys, CYC, and now over $5 through that 200-day moving average earlier today. We've been on an erratic day. I mean, look at this. Got all the way down to underneath 4, big pop up. I'd like to see something a little more steady, but hey, look at the void. And I haven't had a chance at all to look at one AI alert and see if anything is kind of interesting. I've got a short that's working okay. Time is it? I'll be starting my my introductions to the platform in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I just believe there's something went haywire with my scan. There we go, CYCN, guys. So I'm gonna wait to see when the next one comes in. I want to make sure I didn't do something again. I just have to confirm here. 500,000 shares, 2,000 contracts, 500% in normal. Okay, so I didn't make one change. I have to see what the next one looks like and compare it to the single stock window. It might be just one of those things. Well, Ash, I mean, the momentum up. You know, here's where you can catch these big bursts. You know, these are early scans sometimes. You know, it'll start working right at 9:30. I typically don't take trades until the first 15 minutes, but you know, everybody has a different trading style, or people, there are different trading styles, I should say. Well, I guess I'd rather be lucky. What do they say? Rather be lucky than good. I mean, here's the alert at 1870. Even if we're having some kind of bit of erroneous data in here, but it certainly alerted well. And just steady, big float. Almost $1 billion in the float. Meanwhile, CLM, I think, is just tanking somewhat. Yeah, look at CLM. Yeah, but this is all supposedly factual information, Rodax. I mean, if I click on Mogo as an example, okay, I mean, this should all be up-to-date information. Anyway, just gonna wait for the next one to come in, and I'm going to see what it looks like. Well, this one, I mean, look at this, 1476. This is in the simulator. This is a swing trade in the simulator. HOL. Look at this, up almost $1,000 now. You know what? It's 10:18. I think I'll start my introductions now. Whew, what a morning. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. I see we have a lot of people in the room today, both rooms. Excellent. If you're welcome, so big welcome to. If you're new to this room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen live on the mic, and this is like this every single day since October of 2015. I am sharing a lot of information if you click on my home page. We have a YouTube room also, Sylvia. You don't have to go to it. It's concurrent to this. They see the same thing. It's just that this room here, this is what I call the main room. A lot more activity, a lot more action amongst traders. Okay, you're not missing anything. All right, so I did put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, you will see lots of information, including how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, 15% off either the first month only or the entire year. There's RF. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. Here's RF, little price alert action. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, this is what you're going to see. We have 4 plans. So we have an annual for premium and standard, and a monthly for premium and standard. I'll take a look at those. The annual on premium is $22.68 a year, minus the 15%. The standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the main reason why people want to have access to our premium service. There are other differences. I will go over the AI. This is kind of what it looks like. You know, you get alerts, you have an entry price, you have a stop, up to you to manage the trade. So you don't have to do anything. They just appear like magic. We do have monthly plans. So it's, you know, perfectly okay. If you want to go month to month, that's okay. We have a standard and a premium, $118 for standard, $228 for premium. The discount, you can apply that discount, the 15% discount, to the first month only, okay? Please listen carefully. That discount's, if you go on a month to month, it's only good for the first month. More information on my homepage, okay? The trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. that I sent you before the market opens every Monday morning, about 30 to 45 minutes before. I do a recap, what's happening in the trading room. I usually do that around 1 o'clock. All the scans. So here are all my scans, okay? Including the one I really love, the moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? But here are all the types of scans I am sharing. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These 4 I use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. If you are brand new to Trade Ideas, really suggest you take a look at that first link, the 20 lessons link. You know, I always pop this into the room. Oops. On its own. I like to pop it in on its own because I really think it's a great link for those of you just starting out with Trade Ideas, or if you're thinking about, you know, what is our program all about. So you click on those 20 short lessons, and this is what you're going to see. You know, what is a top list, building one, an alert window, creating one, all of the basic features, excuse me, of Trade Ideas, easily explained right here, all in text. More information off my homepage in that education, daily support session. So this is what I'm talking about. We do have a YouTube room. It's exactly like this. They see my screen, they hear me. I take a break at around noon, and one of the other traders takes over in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday, so today is Jamie. Jamie will be taking over between 12 and 1. So if you want to head over there, I will put the link in, or well, I'll put the link in the room before I go on a break. Of course, this is the free trading room right here. This is the main room, as I call it. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here, and they are all archived. And education videos, a lot of more education videos here, and some trading ebooks. So a lot of information on my homepage, okay? And now what I want to do, I want to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Actually, I'm going to change up the normal format, what I normally do. So I should actually, because we have probably a lot of new people. Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, that's what we are. We are a scanner, and from my homepage, if you click on the scan section, I'm sharing a lot of scans, so you don't have to create them yourself. If you see something that you like, hopefully I've named them in a way that makes sense. You say, yeah, I'd like to take a look at that. So you don't even have to know how to create your own scans. But of course, what we are, again, is a scanner, and you can build your own scans. And this is a scan that I built, very simple. That's why I call it the basic new highs and lows. You click on the summary, and so here are the filters that I'm using. So I'm liking stocks between 1 and 20. Relative volume, current volume is 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum volume 400,000, etc., etc. These are the filters that I put together in order to, kind of whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. If a stock meets these filter requirements, it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. So that's why I was getting alerts for CYCN over and over again. It kept making new highs. Okay? Now, what we did as a company, instead of forcing you to learn a programming language, we said, okay, let's create a lot of alerts and filters. And if we create enough alerts, here are all the different alerts that we have. And here are the filters. These icons are the filters that we have. For the most part, you can create the type of scan that you might like to see, the ideas that you want to see, okay, for the most part. There are some people that are looking for other things, and we don't have it. We may not have them, but I think for the most part, with all the alerts and filters, you can construct a scan that meets your trading requirements, okay? So that's what we did. So we do not force you to learn a programming language. What is an SDK? I don't know what that is. If I don't know what it is, I'm going to say no. Now, no, there isn't. No. SDK? No. So, now I want to go over the AI a little bit. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. And so once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine with those 50 baseline strategies. That's what happened last night. And quite a few strategies made the cut. These are the ones that made the cut out of the 50. Why they made the cut? They had the right profit factor, win percentage combination. Okay? I wouldn't be so concerned about why strategies make the cut. What I'd be interested in is, okay, these are the ones that made the cut. What are the alerts that we're getting from them? So, click on New from our toolbar, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will pop up. Here are the alerts that have happened today so far. You don't have to do anything. They just are automatically going to appear as they have, just like here. I mean, we don't know, ahead of time what stocks are going to appear in this window. The same thing with the AI. The AI does not give you any alerts until at least 9:35. There's nothing in the pre-market, nothing in the post-market. And all you have to, then basically you have an entry price and you have a stop and you manage the trades. And what I would do is I would take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. Yeah, there are some custom formulas that you can create. Yep. You have access to all my scanners. Yes, Sylvia. Yes. Just click on my homepage link. I think it's still there. Yeah. No, that's the 20 short lessons. Just click on my homepage link right up here, right here. Okay. And go to the scan section. So that is what the AI is all about. I mean, people ask, do you have videos on how to use the AI? Well, I mean, the AI can be used in all sorts of different ways. There's no right or wrong way. I use it more like a watch list. I don't take all the trades. I don't take, I have a certain, for me, I like the ones under $20. Doesn't mean that's what you have to do, but give me a moment here. Okay, so now I want to talk about linking. Now, as I said before, we're a scanner, first and foremost. We are a scanner. So it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. Okay, I mean, we're not a broker. You need a broker to trade. And so, I mean, if you get an alert, all you have to do is type the symbol in, but we do have a nifty little tool called our external linking tool, external linking. We link with many brokerage platforms, okay? All linking is, and please listen very carefully, all linking is a time saver. It is a time saver. So if you're like me, you're clicking on alerts all day long. Instead of my having to type the symbol into my brokerage platform, all I have to do is click on the symbol and it will load into my brokerage platform. And then from within my brokerage platform, I trade. Okay? So it doesn't, now, if you happen to have some obscure brokerage platform that doesn't link, well, so be it. Doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. Cannot set price parameters for Holly, no. So I just want to fully explain, look at this HOL. Wow, what a great, this is from the simulator. I'm going to go over this. So I just want to make sure people are very crystal clear, because it's amazing how many people say, well, I have this broker, can I use trade ideas? You can use trade ideas with any broker. Now, we have a special arrangement. Okay, I'm getting an acknowledgement that we had a data problem with our option data reset today at 6:45. So doesn't think it's typical, but we're going to look at it. Okay, so that is the reason. Okay, so as I was saying, we have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers. It doesn't mean we're not partnering with them or anything like that, but we're able to connect to Interactive Brokers. I'm going to put this in here. I know in this video, in the link you're seeing, you will see some connection for TD Ameritrade and E-Trade. Disregard that, okay? Just if you have to have an Interactive Brokers account right now, if you want to use this window that we call B Plus to trade. And I'm going to go over that right now. So this window here is called our Brokers Plus, and it's available in our standard service. You have to be using the app, okay, not the web-based version. It's not available in the web-based version. So you'll see right there, there's a option up here, Brokers Plus, live and simulation. If you watch that video, the B Plus Connections video, and you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you'll see how you can actually use this window right here to trade from within Trade Ideas once you're connected to your Interactive Brokers account. Now, you don't have to, it's not mandatory. You don't have to use Brokers Plus to trade, all right? I just wanted, but it's a nice little feature. Why would you want to be able to do that? Well, let's just say you click on an alert, you see BDTX, you look at it, you think, yeah, I kind of like that. So you go back, right click, see where it says trade. Notice this box pops up. So again, watch that video. You can set up your own buying and shorting options. This is what we call one-click trading. You click how you want to trade it, and you're done. Okay, so you can get into a trade really quickly. Personally, I always like to see what a chart looks like before I get into a trade. I'm not into auto trading at all. I would always want to check the chart, check maybe what the market's doing, and then I can quickly go back. If I say, yes, I want to trade it, and then I just click, done. Okay, so I mean, I know people get kind of hung up on auto trading, I think, but I mean, this is very, very close to it. You can probably get in a trade, sizing it up quickly in about 5 seconds. All right? So that is if you have an Interactive Brokers account. These are hotkeys. These get you flatten, gets you out of a trade. You could highlight, you flatten it. Half gets you out at half. You can double your trade. All right, all sorts of things you can do. Easy, very easy to use. Now, the other huge way to use this is as a paper trader, simulated trading. Can't emphasize this enough. If you're new to trading, please practice trading. All right? If for those of you who want to practice auto trading, you can do it. You can use a simulator. It doesn't matter what broker you've got. It's using our real-time data. So, before you hop into auto trading, anything, you can practice. Okay? And see how it works. So as a simulator, all you do is click on sim, and now this is in simulation mode right here. These trades that you see are carryovers. So this is, what day are we, Thursday? This I think I might have taken on Monday. So if you take a trade and you don't close it out at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So this is how you can practice swing trading. Okay. This cron, I think I had set it up that I took it on a pullback yesterday, and it took the trade today. But let's just see how you can use it. Take a look at ONTX as an example. So if I wanted to take ONTX, maybe on a pullback, I don't like that one. I have a better example maybe. Okay, I'm going to do this. Usually I show you how you can do things on a pullback, but let's just say I wanted to take RF if it broke out a little bit above those highs right there at 1913. Okay, so what's wrong here? It's supposed to load. Just a minute. Reset. All right, I might have to I might have to close this down and re-enter it just a second. I just want to make sure I've got my default saved. There we go. Okay, so you see when I clicked on an alert, the symbol shows up. So let's take a look at RF as an example, okay? So let's just say you wanted to take RF if it broke over 1913. So it looks like the high, okay? So I can pick how many shares I want to do that at. I just pick the price. Let's make it 1914. Just showing you how to do this. 1914, put it in a couple of times. I click on the buy button. Notice there's a blue line that shows up right here. So if RF gets up to 1914, it's going to take that trade. Right on the chart, you can see that blue line, that dark blue line will turn into a faded blue line. Oh, I have no idea, Tate. I don't speculate like that at all. Sorry. I really don't. I'm somewhat immune to news, especially on these cheaper ones. If it's a bigger name and they have news, like a Sava, okay, but some of these small ones, THTX, I mean, I don't want to discount it completely, but if it's bulletin board stuff, yeah. But that doesn't mean you don't have to, but meanwhile, ACIU is just ripping here. Okay, so I wanted to show, now you can also do the same type of thing on a pullback. What I did here with the RF, is that I said, okay, I want to take this trade if it breaks out to the high today. I could also do it though. I'll pick another one, because a lot of you might like to play, take a pullback trade. So let's just say I wanted to take this one, CMCM, if I pull back to 278. I'm not saying this is what I would do, but I just want to demonstrate how you can do it. So let's just take 300 shares. I'm going to put 278 in both boxes here, 278 in both boxes. I'm going to click buy. And again, there's that blue line that shows up. So if CMCM moves back down to 278, it'll take the trade. That's what actually happened to Cron. I had set that yesterday, and I didn't. So in the positions or orders, I didn't delete that order. So it happened today. It took the trade on a pullback. So the same sort of thing. So with the CMCM, if it doesn't pull back to 278 today, but it does tomorrow, it'll take the trade tomorrow as an example. Okay, so I can leave it in if I want to. I don't have to, of course, and you should know, of course, if you're dealing with your real money, you should absolutely know and make sure that you still want to do something like that, of course. Now, so you're talking about this blue button. Okay, you have to watch that video. You assign one of your own strategies. You assign one of the strategies to the buy button. Okay, one of your own strategies. But you have to watch that video, JB, okay? And it shows you how you do that. And this is the video I'm talking about, okay? See, it will say set default chart long strategy. So you pick one and you just set that as your default long strategy. So you create your strategy and then you assign it to that button, that blue button right there, okay? Okay, so let's take a trade. Yeah, it does work with Thinkorswim. It's a little bit complicated. You have to run both. In fact, you're in this room here, so I can give you a script that is handed out. If you went to our tech support, this is what they would tell you. So I will put the script in here so you can read it. I might have to break it up into two. I'm going to put it into the tech support tab, Huma. Okay, into the tech support tab, so I don't jam up the other. Okay, so so just go to the tech support tab, and there's a detailed explanation of how to connect to TOS. Okay. So let's take a trade now, though. Okay, let's just take a trade. Because now we're going to talk about stops and how to share size. Paratech, okay, I see. Yeah, I see this Paratech. Yeah, a lot of room. Again, this was in this. So this is practicing swing trading. What an awesome one! Look at this. HOL entry was at 1476. We're up $1,381. So here's what I can do. Let's say I wanted to get it at half my position. I'm just going to click on half. I'm out of half my position. Okay, see how that 300 went to 150. Okay, I'm just trying to find a trade that kind of makes maybe a little bit of sense. I just want to show you how you can put stops and all of that. No, there's no, it is PC based. There are 3 ways in which you can use our program if you have a Mac. There's a podcast that was done a while back. Okay, for Mac users, we have a web-based version, not quite as robust. If you don't care about this Brokerage Plus window and simulated trading, and you only have one monitor, then the web-based version is fine. It's almost the same as the app. But if you want to have access to Brokerage Plus, especially the simulator, then you have to have either a PC or use an emulation program like Parallels. We have a lot of people at Trade Ideas that have Macs, and that's what they do. Or something like Amazon Web Services, AWS. Okay, then you can use your Mac. Yes, JB, I would. Yes. But it's not mandatory for me to use B plus. B plus for me, it's nice. It's not mandatory. I'm not a heavy trader, even if I weren't moderating the room. Heavy trader in that I'm rarely in more than 2 positions at the same time. Okay. So consequently, it's not that big a deal for me. Even if I have to, I traded using Interactive Brokers, within EIB for years, before we came up with Brokerage Plus. It's a nicer look. There's no question. It's a nicer look. I'm not into auto trading. I'm not into doing things like this anyway. So for me, Brokerage Plus, while it's nice, it certainly wouldn't be something that I would absolutely have to use. I know it's heresy, or heretical, but if I were in a lot of trades at the same time, you know, and wanting to put, you know, stops and all that. Yes, I would more than like, I would almost for sure. But, you know, I'm just not in that many trades at the same time, even if I weren't moderating a trading room. It's just sort of my style of trading. Give me a moment here. See, we have a couple of SPACs that just opened up. Yeah, well, that's a reason. I mean, I'm so used. I've had Interactive Brokers for 4 years. I mean, I don't. Maybe I just don't find it confusing, but you know, but that is a reason. Okay, let's just take this trade right here, guys. I want to take this trade. I'm gonna buy 300 shares. The spread was 7 cents, but it took the trade. It's at 16.76. Okay. Now we always preach. The only thing I preach is trades are not all going to work, guys. So you have to have a place where you're going to get out of the trade. You know, don't be stubborn, pig-headed, egotistical, that every trade you take has to work. No matter what you've read, seen, people have told you, you always have to have a stop. You know, so you're an area, a price where you're going to get out of the trade. You can always get back in. So let's just say, you know, on this one, again, I'm not saying this is ideal, but you know, there's on a 2-minute chart, looks like there's a decent support right there. Take a look at it on the 5-minute. I'll take a look at on the 5-minute chart. Looks like there's pretty good support around 1640. What did I take the trade at? 1676. So I'm going to add a stop right here. You're going to see what happens right on the chart. I'm going to put 1646. And so look what happens right on the chart. Drum roll, there we go. 1646. So if this gets down to 1646 and I don't do anything, this will take me out of the trade for an $88 loss, okay? Now you can use this like a trailing stop. Let's just say the trade starts really working well. It bursts through 17. You can start moving this up like a trailing stop, putting it in areas on the chart that make sense. Okay, when I say make sense, maybe there's another, I'm going to just leave it there, where there's another area of support so that if it broke down through that area, you should be out of the trade. I haven't found any in terms of lag, but again, I don't use Brokerage Plus in my IB account to trade, okay? But I haven't, we have traders at Trade Ideas that use it all the time. They're not doing what I'm doing, so, you know, if I weren't displaying this, you know, I'm more into displaying the simulator. But I haven't found any lag, so. Plus, the other thing is, when you talk about lag, I mean, a lot of times, you know, I think people get a little hung up on not getting a fill right at the absolute second, or you know, the actual, like there's 2 seconds or 2 cents away. I mean, if that's the type of trader you are, that you know it's so important that you get a fill that's not 2 seconds, 2 cents away, then you know I think you're missing the boat a little bit. And let me explain that when we talk about the limit offset. But first, I want to talk. Okay, so there is a stop right there. Now, this is going to share size you. Okay, we talk about the stop. You have to have a place where you're going to get out of the trade, but you should also get into the habit of thinking, okay, if I get into this trade, how much am I willing to lose on the trade, dollar-wise? So if you had a $5,000 account, of course, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, are you? At least you shouldn't be. So let's say your account size, and you think, well, okay, based on my account size, I could probably risk $100 a trade. Just trying to make the math a little bit easy. Now, I didn't make the math easy in this case. 676 is my entry. 1642 is my stop. Okay, so let's just have to do some quick math. So my stop is 34 cents away, okay? You would then take 30, you would divide 34 cents into $100. Okay, and that would mean, in theory, you could take about 300 shares. You know, I mean, technically 294 shares, because if you multiply 294 by the difference between your entry and your stop, you're going to get $100. So again, get into the habit of thinking, you know, a dollar amount that you're going to risk per trade, and you should not vary it. It's not like you're going to risk 100 this trade, 200 the next trade, 400 the next trade, on and on. Okay, get into the habit of first having a stop, and then having a dollar amount that you're willing to risk on the trade. You can always get back into a trade. You know, you may, like, the setup might be excellent, okay? You might have a scan that is giving you some excellent results. Not every scan, you know, not every alert you get from a scan is going to work. But maybe it works later on, you know, for the same reason, for all the reasons why you wanted to get into the trade. Maybe it didn't work, you were a little bit early, and you can always get back into the trade. I can do that math easy. So just get into that habit. Now, here's the other thing. So you've heard me talk about it. You say, okay, yeah, I get it. I'll have a stop. I put my stop in. So on this particular one, you see it says 1642. There's my stop. I'm going to, if it hits that stop, I'm going to be at $100. But again, that little devil that's on your shoulder, you've got your angel and you've got your devil on opposite shoulders. That little devil is saying, as the stock starts getting down to that 1642, you know what? That was too tight a stop, because I've read about this, and I've been on Twitter, and I've been on all these other message boards, and they're all saying this stock is going to the moon. So obviously I put my stop too tight. So you start moving your stop down. You start moving it down. And you put it down here. It starts approaching that level, 1584. Now instead of that $100, if you remained, you'd be out 274. Again, I don't believe it. You know, this is going to work. It's going to go back. Keep moving it down. Now you're 1517. Now you're out, if it hits that stop, you're out 475. So I'll stop right there. Let's just say it eventually does hit there and you've lost $475 instead of that manageable $100. Because at this point you give up you say, oh my gosh, what an idiot I was, and you get out of the trade. If that is you, and everybody is like that, certainly at the beginning, then this, sorry, I'm just trying to get it, I'll leave it there. This takes all the emotion out of trading. All right, you leave it in there, it hits your stop, you're out. It takes all of the emotion out of trading, which is so key. And believe me, when we start out trading, even you might have practiced in the simulator, everything is working great, you love it. And then all of a sudden, though, you start throwing real money into the market, and then that's when it gets emotional. And all those good practices that you used in the simulator fly out the window. Okay, so again, I can't emphasize enough to practice trading. And, you know, some people ask me, well, how long will it take me? I don't know. Depends how disciplined you are. You know, it could take a week. It could take a month. It could take a year. You may never. Okay? A minute, please. All right, guys. So let's see, since I've been talking so much, let's just sort of see what else has been happening. So I see the AI had an alert to short Groupon, GRPN. at 39.02. And, you know, so it said target hit. It got out of the trade because the target was hit. It doesn't mean you have to get out of the trade. I mean, if this is still working, I mean, you want to take out some, fine, but I mean, this is still a workable trade. I see ACIU got halted on the way up and it got halted on the way down. Okay, so I see we've had at least three new SPACs today. They're just flying. So I'm going to have to add them to our SPAC symbol list. Whoops. Just a minute, guys. I was putting it in the wrong symbol list. Just a minute here. All right, so yeah, you can add a target. Yes, you can add a target. The question was, can I add a target? Same as a stop. So yes, I mean CRMD. If I want to add a target, we'll put one in. I mean, I'll just add one. Okay, 1750. And the reason I do that, I want to make sure it shows up on the chart. Yeah, it'll show up on the chart. So you see right there on that monthly chart, you see there's a red line up here. So if I just allow this to work in auto fashion, it gets up to 1750. It'll take me up for a $223 gain. Okay, so yes, you can add targets. Now, of course, these lines are movable. So again, I mean, a target could be somewhat artificial, but let's say it starts approaching that target. I can always move it wherever I want. Okay, I can move it down. You know, if it starts to stall, I can move it down. Give me a moment here, please, guys. Okay, so now let's take a look at. Okay, so we did get. Now I want to see if this. Okay, so I'm looking at NAVB. That just showed up in the 10:52. What time is it now? So it showed up eight minutes ago. Excuse me, in the options, and I'm just checking. So that looks that's about the same. Okay, so I think we're good now. Yeah, I think we're good now. I'm just checking here. So there was maybe a reset that affected this RF for sure. But look, this is what I'm saying. There's the percent 907. Now that is when the alert happened. So 974. So now it's percent. Now it's 1,000. So that makes sense because the stock is moving higher and more options are traded. 2.4. It's at 2.5 now. So I think we're okay now. I can trust the that alert. Still worked okay for the RF, but ACIU just was halted and now it's resumed. Ooh, yeah, Sith has come back. CYTH, I should say, has come back. CYTH has come back. That was a rush, guys, for me anyway. Don't usually do that in the first 15 minutes, but it is starting to come back. There's that low, low float. Okay, now we're getting another one. PSAC. Now this is a SPAC, guys. PSAC is a SPAC. It's just showing up here. Okay, what sort of a room does it have? It has some room. The high yesterday was 1851, but it is a SPAC, so just be aware of that. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, look it up. SPAC. This was the rage all last year and continuing. These companies that they kind of go, they look like IPOs right here. They've got a bunch of money in, and then what they're looking at is merging with a private company. That's their whole raison d'etre. Little more risky. I find that these are a little more difficult to trade intraday, but let's see what happens here. All right, guys, there it goes. Yeah, my selling is a little bit of feel, okay? I mean, I look at, obviously I look at things like the 200-day moving average. I'm looking, a lot of times I look at whole numbers. If a stock gets close to a whole number, I'll probably take some out. Always, worry that it won't get through a whole number. If like for instance, this morning on this one, I mean, this went up so quickly. There's no way I was going to hold it for that long. Things like that. So, especially I have to look at the float. But it's, when I get into a trade though, I'm always hoping, the expectation is at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So if I'm, to make the math easy, I mean, if I'm risking 20 cents on the trade, I'm looking at the chart thinking, okay, could it run at least 40 cents? To make it worthwhile. If I see a lot of resistance, 5 cents away, I'm not going to take the trade, number one. So a lot of these ones, especially the ones, they're a little more wild and woolly, the ones under $20 and the low float. So it's not that I have an absolute formula for my getting out of a trade. Who said that? Slippin' Jimmy. Good for you. I like that one. So, again, when I analyze, just because we get an alert, even though this is like my favorite, it's turning into my favorite scan. So I look at NAVB, and just because you get an alert doesn't mean you hop into the trade. So first thing I do is I look, because these are making new highs, so I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. I look left on this weekly chart. What do I see? A ton of resistance. So this is not a trade that is of interest to me. Okay, I'm not going to do it. Because there's just a ton of resistance. Somehow, if it can take out 3, I'll stick an alert at 312 or something. You know, if it could take out 3, and it may not happen today, it may never happen, but then you've got some room for it to run. But right now, to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance. Now, as I said, these SPACs are, I find them difficult intraday traders. But again, you look left and look what it did yesterday. I mean, it got up to 1860. So, I mean, in theory, if I look at that as being the resistance, I mean, that's far enough away. Man, oh man, I got more honey. Just a minute, please. No, I don't, Teja. I don't. The reason is that this is I can't do better than this video. Okay, this is a video that was created to show you exactly how to do all that. Okay, the problem I could be buried all day doing that, you know, with questions. Okay, so I put in the B plus connections. All you have to do is look at the video. You can pick the one that says Interactive Brokers, and it's going to show you exactly how you can create your own strategies. Okay. Sorry, Real. I haven't. Zorro, you know better. That should be off topic. I mean, I know you're sort of talking about a specific stock, but I'm not, you know, just giving you a bit of a. So make sure, yeah. So what Real is saying, the stocks only is literally just stocks. Just stocks, okay? I mean, a specific stock, guys, watch this one. Okay, if it's off topic, well, that's why we have the off topic, okay? Don't want to miss what? Sorry, I'm going to have a tough time pronouncing Tejaswi? Tejaswi? What, when you say you don't want to miss it? I just popped the link for the video right above you. It's about a 25-minute long video, but it covers virtually all aspects. Not just about creating your own strategies, but all the aspects of using Brokers Plus. Okay, so please watch the video. Okay. All right. Remember CMCM? I was talking about CMCM a little earlier. Maybe trying to take it on a. Oh, it was the other one on a pullback. Oh yeah. It was on a pullback. The order CMCM on a pullback, but it's still in there. But guess what? Now I'm not sure I can do this. Yeah, for some reason you can't move this. Yeah, I don't understand why I can't move that line. You know, I'm saying I want to take the order here, but now I'd rather take it up here. I mean, I can cancel the order, of course, which I think I'll do that. I'm going to cancel the order, and now I'll put it right there, 299. So now we're going to do the same thing, and now we're going to take it on a pull back to here. I just want to show you how it works. Now, here's a column, a couple columns here. Especially now, it gets a little confusing when you're swinging, okay? Because this max P&L and close P&L and the today P&L, but this distance from the distance from the exit. What this is telling me is that when I exited the trade, what has it done since then? So this is actually 33 cents above where I exited the trade. Now I only took out half, okay? I showed you how you can take out half by, this is a hotkey. Now, of course, you can pick and choose how many shares you want to get out of manually, but if you want to use these are just hotkeys you can use. But this is kind of cool because this will show you, okay, how good was my exit? I mean, what you don't want to see is a huge positive number because that means you got out. Now, it doesn't mean that you're ever going to be able to always exit at the absolute high, but it's just kind of an interesting way to keep track of how good your exits are. Let me get out of this trade here. Let me get out of this trade right here. I just want to show you. So the CRMT. Okay, so I just took that trade out. So I got in at 1776. So I took a $30 loss. Okay, distance from the exit price is still there. Now, what this is telling me here is if I could have been able to get out at the absolute max when I was still in the trade, I would have been up $37. Okay, which is that's not that big a deal. I lost 30. What you don't want to see, when you're intraday trading. All right, guys, there it goes. What you don't want to see is, a max P&L of, I'll make up a number, 300. And when you get out of the trade, you're down 400, okay? You see, so this can help you, see, well, how good are my exits? Again, if you had a max P&L of 400 and you got out with a $300 gain, I mean, you're rarely will you able to get out of a trade, right at the absolute high penny. But it just gives you an idea about how good your exits are with this max P&L and the distance from the exit price. Practice, okay? Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, I haven't even looked at any one of these. I have no idea what happened to my watch list. I can tell right off the bat. So Lizzie, Lizi, 1248 was the alert. Got up to 1374. I'd say that's pretty good. This would have been incredible. 2258, it got halted a couple of times, but got up to 30. AVXL, 2248. What did it do after? Yeah, got up to 25 before a pullback, and then it zoomed up. Again, this is a watch list. And there goes CYCN, guys. CYCN zipping higher. Look at the volume that came in. And look at the void. Look left. Look at that void on that weekly chart. So you hear me say this all the time. Okay, guys, I'd say we have a winner there for the PSAC. You notice I do not tell anybody what to trade. Sort of lay things out. If you're listening to me and you think, yeah, okay, I get what he's saying. Yeah, that makes sense. You want to take the trade? You go ahead. Yeah, so the calendar feature. the calendar feature, it's in its infancy, okay? But it is showing, you know, the previous trades. This has been added. I think it's available in the beta. If you go to our homepage, or you go to my homepage, click on subscriptions, and then click on my homepage right there, and where it says download software, and download, and go down to where it says the beta, okay? And I think the beta has that calendar feature. I mean, it's possible the production version has it already. I don't know. You know, those of you with 4.2.182, if you click on calendar and you can get this, then I guess it does. No, you're right. You said that this is going to show up in the options scanner. Yes, it did. YCBD. Yeah, I'm late. So there it is, guys. I wish I had seen that. Well, what is Zine doing? 488. Okay, again. I mean, guys, this has some room. I mean, if it can get over, you know, yesterday's high, I guess, it was up here around 528. I'd love to see this break 5. You know, it's not, I wish this high weren't here for Zine, ZYNE. Otherwise, I mean, look at the room it's got, you know, looking left. And I'm late, kind of late on the YCBD. I think this is a cannabis play, right? Yeah, it's a cannabis play. Zine is a cannabis play. So I was just talking about see what other ones have done. 534 on the alert. What did it get up to? Yeah, I mean, you know, some of these are very quick. You know, they're not super trending, but SSL 1304. Yeah, really not much. BDTX 2838. What did it do? It's not bad actually. You know, it's holding, and you know why it's on the watch list. Look at the room it can possibly run to. Let's see what STSA did, 658. It hasn't moved. NMRD, 710, 728, on the move. Look at the room it's got. Yeah, okay. Just when you were asking for it, I had popped it in. It's right here. Right underneath where you just posted. Look at CYCN. IJA, another great one. That's one of our posters in our YouTube room. And again, look at the room it's got. Why do these things move like this? A couple of reasons. Well, a few reasons. I don't see any news on it. But, you know, it's a relatively low float. Not crazy low, but it's 29 million is certainly low. When you look on these charts, look at all the room it has. There's no resistance. Just no resistance. Okay, and the last one, okay, so the MNRD 729, this is actually or 710, this is actually looking pretty good. I mean, there's the next, what's the spread like? A dime spread. AGEN, what did it do? 490. Yeah, so it hasn't moved. It really has to, it might struggle right around that 5 level, right here. So this is a watch list that I create every day. If you didn't want to do anything else other than maybe watch, my watch list and these, you're going to get a very, like, not that many stocks. Yeah, Lizzie is truly unbelievable. It's been a bit choppy. I mean, look at the 2 minute chart. It's been chopping all over the place. But, on the 5 minute, there was a base at 12. What do I think about VXRT? I looked at it earlier. Yeah, not much. It had a little bit of a pop in the pre-market. It got up to 1050, but it is still in, it's not. You're talking about a short. Okay, this has a little bit of room. The CMCM has a little bit of room. Okay, it's showing up on my option scanner. A little bit of room. I mean, that 350, 360 mark might block it. I mean, that if it got anywhere close to that, that'd be a nice percentage move. That's what I'm talking about right here. Somebody asked yesterday, how come Lizzie, Lizi, is not showing up on the options, my option scanner? The reason is 0 options. It doesn't trade. It is not an optionable stock, so that's why. So this PSAC is starting to get into, an area, well, the 18 level, but you can see what it did yesterday, right around this area. So if you got into that trade, just be aware of this level. No, I'm surprised though. Some of these small ones, like SIFI, I mean, it does trade options. It's a lot of option volume today. It's just that it's not going to show up on the scan because it's only 200%. But I mean, I'm actually surprised that some of these little ones are optionable. But you're right. I mean, typically some of this, these are not, you're just not optionable. But this one is CYCN. Now, I have to figure out, I have to figure out why it didn't show up, to be honest. Oh, I see why. I mean, guys, you can take my scan, all right? And if you want to massage it a little bit, you're welcome to do it. I mean, I just like to see very few in here. But for instance, the CYCN not showing up, the option volume today, I mean, it's almost 2,000%. So, I mean, obviously it's, that, I mean, I have 500 in here. So, I mean, 500%. So, but I have my minimum number of contracts is 2,000. So it's only traded 1,380. But you could take this, if you want to change anything. I mean, for instance, you might want to have a different price range you want to look at. Here's the summary. You can see exactly what I'm using. What a morning. 11:20, 11:30 almost already. Wow. Yeah, the stock composite rating, so 72. So this is a combination. The higher that number, the better in terms of, in theory. You know, if you're looking to get in theory, strong companies, both on the technical side and fundamental side, then the higher that number, the better. Okay, so 100 is the highest. And that's really it. I mean, it is a proprietary filter that we developed a few months ago. Again, taking into account technical, so probably things like above all the moving averages. I don't know exactly what goes into it, but also financial. So probably positive earnings, positive cash flow, things like that. Okay. So the higher that number, in theory, even though, I mean, look at it, something like Cheetah Mobile, you're wondering, why would it? Well, I can't say, well, 72. I mean, that's kind of middle. 30, I think, is the lowest that we go down to. So if you're looking for stocks that are really, really beaten up fundamentally and technically, but maybe they're starting to bounce, as an example. So you could, I mean, I can show you one that I've got. Composite. Oops. So, for instance, this is looking at stocks that are, these are, I've sorted it on the highest. Click, as an example, so you can just sort of see, click, look at it. Obviously above all the technical indicators. I don't have financial information here, but I'm sure financially it's probably a pretty sound company. These are all, but you could do it the reverse. If you wanted to find beaten up companies, let's just do that just for fun. So I could say, instead of minimum of 90, say a maximum of 50. Let's just see what happens. Now you're getting companies that are more beaten up. Okay, maybe they're going to start to bounce. Okay. I mean, this is actually kind of interesting, this KMPH. I mean, look what it could do. Okay, so, and I could actually, I should rank it on the ones that are down right at the bottom here. So DNP. No, but I can give it to you. So again, you can adjust the configure, the summary. So you can put whatever score you want. Okay, so if you want to find stocks that are, kind of beaten up stocks, put a max number in here, say 50. And if you want to find stocks that are, near the sort of the creme de la creme, you might want to put 90. So I'll keep it there at 90. Okay, and I will share it. Okay, and that is the SCOR, SCOR top list, SCOR top list. I'll put that in our YouTube room also. So for those of you looking for, potential swing trades, if you think that a company with very strong technicals and strong fundamentals could keep going, doesn't mean when you get an alert, you just hop into it, but that can give you an idea. Meanwhile, SIFI. So remember I was talking about Groupon, GRPN. Maybe you don't remember, but I'm going to refresh your memory. So this was the AI alert at 3902. There was a target for whatever reason at 3692. Took it, so it exited the trade. Does that mean you had to? Look, I mean, look what it's doing since then. That's why I'm always saying use the AI like a watch list, okay? It exited this trade because the overall strategy that Groupon came from had been optimized for a certain exit point, okay? But I always say treat the individual alerts you get from the strategy on their own. Why would you get out? I mean, if you wanted to take some out, fine, but why would you get out of this trade in its entirety? I mean, look at Groupon. Yeah, the higher the better. Well, in theory, the better, yes. The lower means these are beaten up stocks. The higher, the better in terms of fundamentals and technicals, yes. And, look at apps. I mean, there was the alert, 7840. It's up to 7870. This is an earnings play, APPS. So I'm just, to highlight some of the, so there's a 7%, 5%, 2%, 3%, SWI, SWBI. So these are the AI alerts, guys. You have an entry. You don't have to take it right at the time, and you have a stop. All right, what is the AGEN high? You mean the high today? You're right at the high, basically. 506 is the high for the day. The high in the pre-market was 510. So that's not what you mean? Okay. You mean the next high looking left? That's not true, Mustafa. I mean, that might happen the odd time, but I mean, I see halts and resumes over and over again for the same stock. I mean, it may happen every now and then. I can't explain it, but JWN, Nordstrom's just got halted for news. Interesting. But, here's CPSH many times. Halts, resumes. Okay. Now, if it's happening on your halt resume window, I have no explanation for that, but I mean, I just showed you here. I mean, CPSH got halted here, halted, resumed, halted, resumed, halted, resumed, halted, resumed. Do you not have access to charts, Gobi? I mean, it's just a matter of looking at the chart. Next high looking left is 517. And then after that, 546. Oh yeah, it is. It is in there also. I have quite a few today. All right, so this is just color coding that I use, Armando, okay? Just color coding that I use. I mean, happens, you can assign colors any way you want. Properties and select colors, okay? So bullish, so stocks that are making new highs, I have assigned green. Stocks that are making new lows, I have assigned yellow. But, this is just a color palette. You can pick and choose how you want to the colors that you want. Okay, so when I see green, I know it's made a new high. When I see yellow, I mean it's made a new low. Yeah, don't use the heartbeat, Zerato. Okay, the heartbeat is antiquated. I wish we would get rid of it. Okay, so don't use the heartbeat. So the only thing I can say, I mean, you're asking for a 10 to 20% increase on a 10 minute. So I mean, I think, do we have that position? Let me just check. So yeah, so we don't have. Oh, wait a minute. Make sure. I don't think we do have the 10 minute. I don't know if you're just using 10 minute as an example. Spell it. Okay. Yeah, we do have change in 10 minutes. So if you want to put change in 10 minute, add the filter minimum of 10%. That's the best we can do. Okay. So you don't use the heartbeat. Just use this. You know, there's your filter you can use. And you can actually, if you want, you can just create a top list with it. Create the top list with it, and then sort on that. Oh, you're welcome, Benham. The heartbeat was around before we had the top list windows. I don't know why we still have it. I wish we just get rid of it. No, never. Zerato, again, I'm trying to say the heartbeat is an antiquated. Before we had topless, it got updated every 30 seconds. The heartbeat is an antiquated filter or alert. Don't use it. So there's no instance where I would use it. I have never used it. No, first of all, you're only getting an update every 5 minutes. So I mean, it's quite irrelevant in my opinion. Use a topless window. Okay, that gets updated every 30 seconds. So it's like the heartbeat on steroids. Okay, let me try to answer that question about the pre-market range is above the previous post-market range. Yeah, so we don't have a data point for the post-market. No, let me make sure. The previous day, so we can't do that. Okay, so the answer is going to be a big no. You know, this is a data point that. So the answer is no. No, I'm not talking about that tell designer. No, it's nothing to do with that heartbeat, that heart. No. AGEN. I mean, something like that may have appeared on my bouncers toppers. I mean, you can construct something. You know, a number of candles down in a row, and then a new high, or a 5 minute high, something like that. Yeah, I think that's really complicated. Wasting time trying to do it. So, I mean, you could probably do something with the bouncers toppers. Uh, and let's see what the volume was. This is for what? AGEN? New low of day. NLOD would stand for new low of day. Well, down goes the high and mighty AVXL. Wow, this was shortable too. I mean, I can't follow all these guys. I'm sure Real or William was all over this. I mean, that was an unbelievable short, $12 short. Yeah, the number of red candles in a well, or again, let me break this one out, okay? The potential bouncers, okay? I'll just break it out. So I have the new low and a new 5-minute high. I know I have this hammer. I don't think it ever triggers on this hammer, but the new low. So now, and I've got 5 candles in a row down on the, but again, this is experimental, right? So these are stocks that have been, in theory, beaten up for a while. 5 candles down. It's below the VWAP. The RSI is no more than 22. Now, in that particular case, that was a fairly strong stock. So I mean, you may not want to have a low RSI, but it's experimental. And then get an alert, new low and a new 5-minute high, 2 alerts, so that you will see them. If you get the new low alert, at least now you're notified. What was the stock you were talking about? AGEN. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the RSI would not have been that low because it was a strong stock, okay? But, if you'd been notified right here that it was making, then you can start watching it. Just because you get an alert doesn't mean, of course, it's going to bounce. Yeah, so GP, it is in my, it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, it is one of the scans I'm sharing. So again, if you just go to my homepage and click on that the scans tab. Wow, this has been a fast morning. So I just want to make sure that it is Andy, not Andy, I think it's Jamie today. Pretty sure it is Jamie in the room today. Wow, so I'll be taking a break at just a little bit before noon. I take a break for about half an hour, and in that interim, you can head over to the YouTube room, our YouTube room, and Jamie will be there for an hour from 12 to 1. I'll be back in the main room at around 12:30. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to put that in the YouTube room, sorry. So if you want to head over there, Jamie will be there just about noon, Eastern time, of course. Okay. Wow, we're swing trading. Our swing trading little tab here. Lots of action. Good to see. Lots of action. It's PJ's room. All right, guys, just give me one moment, please. Well, it's here, Emmanuel. I mean, it's swing trading. It's not a room. It's just a tab within the trading room that you're in. It's just another tab. Okay, so you're an off topic right now. Hopefully you can see my screen. You should be able to see. There you are. Okay, I see you just got in. So I mean, this is this is you guys. You want to talk about swing trading ideas. That's why I created this tab for you. Well, look at it. I mean, it's been choppy. I mean, it hasn't been a clean trend. I mean, I guess the argument can be made if you drew a trend line on the 15-minute chart, but man, oh man, this Lizzie has just been insane for the week. We're almost approaching a quintuple, almost. So AWH has Aja in the room. Meanwhile, SIFI. So they did a financing. Okay, 45 million at 750 a share. So it's bounced off the financing price. So AWH has been again, one of these ones which just tremendous amount of room. Again, this is a forward split or a reverse split or something. So that's why this chart looks kind of crazy. But nonetheless, this is, they did a financing at 750. So it is off the financing price nicely. And then I'm talking about AWH. Well, the high is 1525. I mean, the high is 1525, all-time high for this LIZI. I'm not even sure I'd ever heard of this before 2 days ago. This call reel on the CYCN. Now, remember what I was talking about with the PSAC, okay? PSAC. Look what it got to. And remember I said, take a look what it did yesterday, right around this area. To me, it looked like there was a fair amount of resistance. We had a couple of things to worry about. The 18 level plus this area right here. Look where it got to. 1784. So, I said if you got into this trade, just be aware of this right here, looking left. Wow, yeah, Nordstrom's just got creamed here. Have they? Well, this is kind of bizarre. Nordstrom's rallies after setting 2021 expectations, updating on strategic. I can't read the whole thing. Updating on strategy. So I think this is what was happening here. Little rally, and then it got halted with that news, and look what happened. Just got creamed. Yeah, I see, but I don't see that it's it's not actually the earnings play, it's just sort of reaffirming guidance and stuff. But so this is kind of like I think the official earnings release is March 2nd, right? So about a month away, but they're talking about guidance and guys, look at Stella. It's not Stella, but look at SE, look at SLS, guys. Take a look at this one. Look what it did yesterday. Got all the way up to 13.19. It's a little break over 10. The high yesterday again was 13. It's just breaking over 10 right now. Look at the volume that came into SLS. You know, this went crazy a few months ago. Got up to almost 20. Here's another one from the options play. What sort of resistance is there? This has got some room, guys. The CRTO's got some room on that monthly chart, 27.25. That's that area there. Let me back it out on the weekly to make sure. Yeah, I mean, we've got some room for the CRTO. Oh my goodness. More volume coming into Kodak. KOD. Thank you, Rob, for that. KODK. Granted Australian patent. I don't even know what's the market doing. Who cares? I mean, this is amazing. There's so many movers, guys. Boy, there's even a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for CRTO. I know it's above that. So many of these they're above the channel, but it almost doesn't matter. I mean, it's hard to look at that channel and think, okay, you know, it's way above it. It has to start coming down. But so many of them are just keep running and running and running. You know, at some point they fail, of course, but another SPAC just came on. Boy. Oh, this Paratech has room. PRTK has some room. Let's see, what's the highs over here? You know, I mean, it's right at these highs, 768. I think the high over here back in 2018 was right there. It takes that out. It's got some room. Paratech, PRTK. But it's like you said a few days ago, you know, you can almost, some of these you just throw the technicals out. I mean, they've been caught by incredible enthusiasm. You mean back to being a printing company? I know it's crazy, isn't it? All right, guys, I'm getting set. I'm just going to put the announcement in. I will be taking a break. I'll probably still be at my computer today, but I will be definitely no questions. Definitely getting the voice arrest. Just mentioned SLS, guys. SLS. I mean, it's if the traders get a hold of it, 11 million in the float. You're using that French keyboard, North. Okay, thank you, Jamie. I see you there. Okay, great. I will stop my stream. Have fun for an hour. You're using that French keyboard, North. Okay, thank you, Jamie. I see you there. Okay, great. I will stop my stream. Have fun for an hour.
Hello. All right, I think that handoff was successful. Hello, everybody. If someone could just let me know if you can see and hear me okay, we shall proceed. Nice little crowd in here today. Anybody, Bueller? Bueller? Can you see and hear? If somebody could just let me know via the chat panel, much appreciated. Make sure I'm not muted. I'm not. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, you guys can see and hear. Very good, very good. Yeah, Barry was talking about the SLS, I heard. What a great move. We just happened to be in this before the move happened in our little in-house fund here, so it was certainly a joyous occasion. Hats off to Michael Noss on that one. Actually was not in our fund, but Michael was in it. That was me just being wishful. Always good to see a fellow trader be in something like that before the move happens. Okay, any thoughts on AGEN and PLSE? Well, I can certainly pull that up here. AGEN. Getting a little frisky today. 1, 2, 3, fourth. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth consecutive day up. Looking strong. Of course, my eyes go here. Let's back out a little bit and take a peek at the weekly. Yep, definitely having it stay in the sun. You know, notice where we kind of petered out here thus far today. Maybe it's had its fun today. Maybe it consolidates. We'd like to see a close above this level here for continued upside. You know, these levels going all the way back to July 2017 it looks. But if it can get some closes above here, that'd certainly be a sign of strength. Next stop would be somewhere in that region. So currently in the 495. If it does get legs, you know, it's expended a lot of energy in the past week getting up there. So depending on what happens today or tomorrow, close above that line would be definitely bullish, but definitely need a close above that area there. PLSE. Ooh, wow. This thing has definitely been on a tear. And, yeah, it looks like ATH in the house. Once again, it'd be nice to have a close up here, maybe see a little sideways action, sort of, you know, giving this level up here. Looks like the 10 period is running the show today on the intraday, so looking good thus far, but we definitely need a close up here. A lot of energy there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks up. Check out the daily. Not a bad little break from this level here. So we either close up here and meander around sideways. If not, maybe, you know, maybe this little area of prior resistance becomes support. Okay, they did an offering, yeah. Typically stocks back off when an offering is announced, but not all the time. Looks like PLSC currently showing 12.65 million in the float, so technically a low floater. Before the offering anyway. Yeah, Mustafa, you've been trying to change something, but nothing you do changes it. Feel free to be a little bit more specific. Is that within an alert window or a top list that you've been trying to, you know, change a configuration? Looks like Holly is kicked out. What do we got here? Total of 16 signals today. We got green on Neo and 1.0, or excuse me, 2.0 and 1.0. Neo having a little bit rougher of a day today. Usually Neo's kicking out the big winners if it does win, and it's going to lose a little bit bigger when it loses. But not a bad blotter today overall. Even got some shorts in there. One of the shorts is one of the best performers today. What a sweet entry on Groupon. It was trying. Nice little gap area back here. Coincidentally, right where it stopped and turned and went the other way. Not bad volume on Groupon today. Push these guys down a little bit. Get my single stock over here. Groupon kicking out a little over 2 on the relative scale. Not bad. So once again, Mustafa, if you care to elaborate on what you've been trying to change, then I could attempt to be of assistance to you. And it looks like by tomorrow, ladies and gents, we just might be pecking around at all-time highs again. Very interesting, of course, these 3 down days coinciding with the GME debacle. Could be coincidence, could have had something to do with it. You have to draw your own conclusions there. Well, the single stock window, notice when I change, it's just going to update Just like everything else, like the top list updates every 30 seconds. Probably, don't quote me on this. I believe the single stock window has that same refresh. Charts are going to refresh every 10 seconds. Now, what you're asking there, Michael, about short float. Short float comes directly from the exchanges, the short interest, okay, and they update about that approximately every 2 weeks. So we get the update as soon as the exchanges kick it out to us. So short float is always going to be lagging by about 2 weeks, as that 2-week date comes up. So theoretically it can be 13 days old at the latest point before they update it. There's been a lot of talk out there in the trading community, why can't we have real-time short interest? And that would be great. I would love that. I think every trader out there would love that. But that is up to the exchanges. They make the rules. They send out the report. And that's the way that the short float game works. Speaking of short float, that's, that was the whole premise behind the GME action, which now we can see GME coming back down to earth, for the time being anyway. While we're waiting for questions to come in, here is a little strategy I've been testing out to implement in the zero commission environments of either E-Trade or Ameritrade, which is putting a little bit different of a spin on things that may or may not do well over a 3-day period. Okay, Cuddy, your simulated window isn't working. It says no buying power. Well, when I hear the word no buying power, that typically, if it was working and then it stopped working, probably what happened is you maxed out your buying power. And we can always reset that buying power for you. Probably be a good idea to hop into live chat to say, hey, can you reset my buying power? And we can get that reset for you, assuming that that is the issue. But that's what it sounds like off the top of my head. So notice the share amounts in this simulated account currently. 36, 48, 167, 106, 18. All of these trades are being spawned from this alert window here. And let's see if I got this set up properly. Risk management. No. At the market open after 3 days. Okay. So when a trade is initiated here, you can see I just started initiating trades yesterday. These are all from yesterday, the 3rd. I'm going to go ahead and run that simulation and we'll kind of take a peek at it. But we can see if I sort by time, these are all of the triggers for today. Right here. These are all from yesterday. So a 3-day hold, meaning on the 3rd, the trade was initiated. So we will exit these on next Tuesday in hopes that they will be higher. Cuddy, if you go to trade-ideas.com and just access the live chat panel down there in the bottom right, you can get some real-time help. That's the quickest way to do it. I mean, you can email to info@trade-ideas.com. That might take a little bit longer. But if you just pop into the live chat area, they can pull your account up and reset that buying power for you. Okay, Iris, so this is a swing trading strategy, okay? And in the zero commission world, well, that's a good thing because we don't have to worry about commissions where, if you're still trading at IB or any other broker dealer with commissions, then the theory behind the strategy is, well, let's really let the numbers work for us from the statistical perspective. And in order to do that from a statistical model, ideally you want to be in every trade, right? Because if we're picking and choosing, well, we just might accidentally not get the big winner, right? And if we don't get the big winner and get all the rest, well, then that kind of throws the numbers off, or our potential for gains using a statistical set. So if we do small transaction sizes, we can get into everything. Only problem is, in a commission environment, you'll probably never beat commissions. So in the zero com environment, it makes this type of trading more feasible because you're not going to get chewed up by 1,000 paper cuts in the form of commission. So what I'm doing with this one to test it out is simply taking all the trades, but doing what I would refer to as micro lots, right? Let's get into everything. Let's exit the positions every 3 days like we're supposed to, and we'll see how it works. So thus far, the experiment is off to a good start, and the reason I say that is because we've got green over here. Now, by the time we go to exit, are things still going to be green? Maybe, maybe not. That's what the whole game is about, running these strategies in simulation. If you get favorable results in the simulation, well then it's time to take it to a live environment. So that's what the plan is. Now, let me see here. Well, I thought I ran that properly. Let's see here. At the market open after 3 days, we're doing 40 days. Run that one more time. Yeah, Iris, this is one I've been talking about in the office hours webinar, so I'm not going to hand it out today, okay? I'd like to watch it today and tomorrow. And if it looks like it's holding up and I don't need to tweak it anymore, well then I'll probably hand it out come Monday in office hours. Okay, so this is what the back test looks like for this little guy. Not a bad equity curve, all right? But something just seems weird here. I guess it's the shade of the green, I don't know. But it looks to be accurate. So not the biggest spread between average winner and loser. Oh, that's why, because I've got way too much buying power. So notice what I'm doing here. I'm only saying, you know what, in order to be in everything and not stress out too bad when we go live, or when I take this thing live, we're just going to spray the board and we're going to get $100 of every position, right? Simple as that. Now, the reason I'm used to seeing a darker shade of green here is because we'd only need 8,500 in buying power on a 4-to-1 ratio. So that would mean, and then boom, you're going to see a much darker shade of green here. So not a whole lot of money is needed. And then when we pop over to the daily, this looks very appealing, right? Looks like something that might work out in the real world, but you never know until you test it. And more importantly, the true test is when you execute in a live environment. But the bottom line is this: with the advent of a zero commission environment, strategies like this that potentially might work, but you have to be in everything, weren't very feasible because you'd get chewed up with commissions. So it's going to be interesting moving forward, because a lot of things that weren't feasible all of a sudden become feasible again. Now, the secret that nobody, well, it's not a secret, but the one thing that doesn't get a whole lot of talking about is the SEC fee. Remember, there's always going to be the SEC fee, which they tag you for anytime you sell a position. Doesn't matter if you made money on it or not. When you sell something, boom, you're going to get tagged for that SEC fee. So it's still not completely free. There are always fees involved. So anyway, not a bad looking back test. Calendar's nice and green. Losing days are small. Winning days are pretty significant. And if we pop back over here to summary, we can see it's got a pretty good track record. Most winning days in a row, 23. Most losing days in a row, 2. Using a whopping $100 per trade. $184 on your biggest day, and you lost 37 on your worst day. zero commission. Of course, we could build in slippage as well and say, okay, well, I tell you what, just to pad the numbers a little bit, let's build in 3 cents of slippage on the entry and the exit. Things still look pretty good. And we don't have to worry too much about being in big stocks, because if we look at the maximum here, maximum price, $14.99. So far so good. We'll see how the testing goes from this point on. But interesting thus far. And you know, Dan's been talking a lot about this as well. But when you have a strategy, whether it's running in real time or automation, or excuse me, or simulated mode, it also kind of acts as a modified ticker, right? These stocks, you know, as these stocks pile in, it's not a bad idea to just cycle through them and check out the chart and go, hey, this looks really interesting. I just pulled up, you know, KLDO at random. It had a nice run up, 1, 2, 3, a little wiggle, then another down day today, but interesting level that it is getting to here. As we can see, coming back down to this level here, which currently is acting as support. So when you're seeing these positions come in and you see a pattern that you like, they're not all going to be patterns that you like, these might be good times to add or take alternative trades, either adding to a swing trade position because you really like what's going on with the long-term chart, or perhaps scalping it on the day if you feel that that's appropriate. Interesting action on CRTD. And the thing about these is you can always be assured, since this strategy is producing them, they're going to be doing pretty decent relative volume. 18.34 on KLDO. Not too shabby. There's my pen. All right, a lot of people in the room, but you guys sure are quiet. So the questions panel is open. So let me know, Cuddy, if you talk to somebody over there on chat, if that remedied your problem with the buying power. Hopefully it does. ADMS, another one, looking very similar to what we just saw in KLDO here. Big blow off top, back down to this area of support. And ADMS, looking very similar. Big blow off wick, back down here. This level currently acting as support and taking a little leg up today. I don't know what the weather is like for all of you guys, wherever you might be, but 80 degrees here where I am, and then in 4 days it's going to get down to 25. So I feel like I'm living on another planet right now. But that's Texas weather for you. Okay, Emmanuel, I take it you're asking about this little strategy here. Sure. It's deviously simple, which is good. So the alert that I'm using here is running down now. You know, I kind of misspoke earlier. I was referring to this strategy as a gap strategy. But actually, the gap strategy that I was working on eventually turned into this strategy. Because originally, and if we note the entry time here on the back test, we start taking trades 15 minutes after the open. And I should just refer to this as it's a swing strategy. Okay. Now, circling back around to the gaps, for a while there, I was trying to focus on the last 30 minutes. in buying stocks and holding them overnight and getting out at the next open, to try and predict which stocks might gap up based on statistical analysis. And I chose the running down alert because when you're using running up or a new high, a lot of the times you're chasing these stocks and you're getting maximum slippage. So I thought to myself, well, if a stock is strong, what do strong stocks do that are doing high relative volume? Well, they take their nice rips up and they also take their nice quick moves down as they ebb and flow before they go on to set higher highs if they do that. So I'm thinking to myself, well, how can I minimize slippage and get decent prices, and sometimes maybe even get a better price than what the odds maker is showing? And that's why I've selected the running down alert, because it looks at the 1 minute time frame for a rapid bid decrease. So carrying that over into this strategy, I've noticed that I've gotten good prices even when I've executed some of these manually. So that's why we're using the running down now alert. Now, as far as the filter set goes, we can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 filter settings, and many of these are just my bread and butter filters to begin with. Like earnings per share is in there for one purpose only, to weed out ETFs and iShares. The distance from inside market, once again, is in everything that I build, because this keeps the data stream clean, especially when we're doing a back test. This was already in here. Can't be more than 40 million shares in the float. Not exactly the lowest float, but not too many. Max price of $14.99. These two filters right here, okay, position in 20-day range and 60-minute RSI, were really the only two that I added for optimization. Relative volume of 4 was already in there. Had to have traded 100,000 shares. So a very simple filter set, and then through the optimization process, all I did is add the RSI and the position in 20-day range, and that's all it took to generate that pretty decent looking back test there. So pretty simple stuff, but oftentimes, more than not, simple is better. And some of you might be thinking, well, this is a good long strategy for swing trading, or so it appears so far. What about developing one on the short side? And I've tried all different variants. I've tried inverting this. I've tried starting with running up and backing into the equation. And right now, you just don't find anything, because we're very much still in a bull market. Hey, no problem, Emmanuel. Very much in a bull market, and by the looks of it, tomorrow's Friday. We just might be nuzzling up to all-time highs again. We shall see. So thus far, only in 2 days, we're already in 21 positions. If you had to account for, even if you were paying $1 aside right now, that would be, let's just call it $45 in commission. And that would take a big chunk out of what we got going here. Let me just see here. Am I on 100 or 200? Okay, in this model, we're doing $200 a pop. Just saying, give me $200 worth. And the nice thing about Brokerage Plus, if I didn't have access to Brokerage Plus, these are all, the positions on the 3rd. When Tuesday rolls around, I'll need to get out of all of these as quick as I can, because the strategy says get out at the open. And we all know, the nature of the open. Things are moving fast, right? So from a manual perspective, I've tried to do that, and it's If the stock goes your way, yeah, you might make a little bit more, but if it moves against you and you've got even five, and you're trying to do them manually, good luck, because you're gonna take some erosion. So the good thing about Brokerage Plus is when that day comes, all I'll have to do is go like this, hit limit out, set my delta, and hit the button, and it'll do all that for me at once. All those offers, or whatever I choose to send out here, it all goes out at once. Therefore, potentially making this strategy actually feasible. But if it weren't for this, it'd be a losing battle trying to get out of that many positions at once, unless you went in there and set market on open orders individually through your brokerage platform. But with Brokerage Plus, all we have to do is highlight, set our delta, and then boom, hit the button, and everything goes out instantaneously. And we're still having plenty of highs. Fortnite, that's what I call it anyway. It's not the real name of it. Peeking its head into blue sky. We get a close above this line, it's going to be looking good. Might be one to keep an eye on. Workhorse Group, all-time highs. A lot of the big boys hitting all-time highs today, which the green color indicates. If you see a yellow, there's FUV, been on fire lately. One of the smaller cap stocks, only just a little over $1 billion in market cap. But man, what a nice breakout here from the $20 level, and boom, up to 34. And of course, automobile and other motor vehicle manufacturing. Electric, of course. The question is, will we be able to use the same exit strategy when Thinkorswim comes on board? So Michael, were you referring to what I was referencing here? And if that is the question, by all means, yes. Ameritrade, we're currently connecting. There's still some bugs to be worked out. But yep, that's probably where I'm going to be doing my $0 trading, is at Ameritrade. All right, there's that ADMS. Notice how this stock is in play today. It was in play yesterday as well. Notice the relative volume level. Notice how it's levitating well above that 10 period on the 15. Comes down here, gives it a little testy. Nope. Sellers can't maintain control. Zip it right back up. 10 period is reclaimed. And ADMS recently spiking all the way up to 915. Might want to go revisit these candles. That's the way it's looking currently. Little micro penny stock. Nothing wrong with that. Is there a way to set an alert for every time Holly posts a trade? Well, we can, Candy, we can set an audible alert, because if I sort by time, obviously we're going to see the very last thing that came in, which was about 26 minutes ago. But whenever a new one pops in, you're going to see a little flash up here. So that's the visual aspect of it. But if you'd like to attach an audible alert, if we right click and come to actions, you'll see the check mark is already there, because I do have an audible alert already attached to the Holly trade blotter. And then once you check this box, let's come in here to set up sound. You can pick one of the pre-canned beep bloop bleeps, or you can say text to speech. can give it a little test.
Testing.
And if you like what you
Testing.
hear, you just click OK. Click OK. And then you've set up audible alerts for the Holly plays. Just keep in mind, you have to do this in the strategy trades blotter, not the strategy panel, in the AI trades blotter. And boy, compared to the volume that has been present in the big tracking ETFs, notice all the lower relative volumes today, and the SPY is definitely settling in for a nap. 1 minute volume, 16% of normal, not even 23% of normal on the 5, and not even 46% of normal on the 10. So all right, let's see. Mustafa, so you've been trying to change something in the halt window. Let me just pull up a halt window here. The good thing about a halt window is you don't really need any filters in there. It seems it wouldn't repeat halts when they happened in the same stock. Okay, do you have a symbol today that we could, I could plug it in here and we can see if we're getting those multiple occurrences. But before we do that, I'll just get rid of all the filters here. If all we want to do is see what's halted, that's all we got there.
BR.
All right, Holly just closed something. I just heard the voice. Okay, so no filters in here, and all we got are halts. Well, let's just take a look at the overall halt list today. Okay, so from the open today, had a halt in CYTH. Tell you what, let me get rid of all these columns that are not needed. So let's look at the whole list today. Okay, so since the open, right, 8:30, we've got a nice little handful here. Looks like CPSH salted several different times. But if I wanted to, I could quickly discern, okay, how many have halted. Let's clip these out. We'll just edit this list. Okay, so 23 stocks have been halted thus far today. Here they are right here. So on the topic of repeating the halts, CPSH first halted at 8:46, then again at 8:53, then again at 8:58. And of course, if we wanted to see the other side of this, the other one should show us coinciding resumes. Okay, so CPSH halted 8:46.44. Resumed 8:58.11, or no, actually that one, 8:46. So you can see the corresponding resumes over here, but notice it is repeating with all of the individual halts. CPSH 8:40, and if we look at a smaller time frame here, we can see the tags. Okay, so let's go all the way back to CPSH today. Okay, that is the first one for the day. So we got a halt there. Then we got a halt in the next 5-minute candle. Then we got another halt in the next one. That one is in the same. Nope, nope. We moved it again. It's like they're halting. They were halting CPSH every 5 minutes. And then we got one there. But you can definitely see all the repeats here, Mustafa. So I don't know, you might have had some filters attached, but notice here, I've got 0 filters attached, just the halt alert. Let me take a look there, Candy. Let's see here, real quick here. Sarah's question for you, running down now alert, what dollar amount did you use? And you're talking about this window here that we were taking a peek at. These are low price securities under 15 bucks. So you'll notice I have nothing here. I'm just waiting for a little bit of rapid downtick on the bid. Now, if you're curious to know what these numbers are, I'm not requesting a minimum here. But if I duplicate this window, come up here and add the quality column, just for giggles. Quality. Quality is always going to show us the exact value for the alert and play. So notice when I look at the history for today now, it'll tell me every time an alert was fired, it'll tell me how much it moved down in that 1 minute period. 8 cents in RBO on the last one. On this little wick down here, that was a 13-cent. Bzz, bzz. But you can see they're all relatively reasonable because we're looking at stocks at $14.99 on the max. There's a bigger one in KLDO. Notice that little bzz, that was it right there. But just showing you the little trick of using the quality column, not mandating a minimum. But that's how we would do it if you want to see the value. All right, so Candy, back to you. So number one, you're sure you're on this window here where it says strategy trades, yeah? And if so, everybody's is the same. Actions, setup sound. And you should have all the options that I have here. So once again, to get to this panel here, we go to actions. Then you're here. Then all you have to do is hit setup sound, and you should see text to speech down here. Unless you're in the strategies panel. And notice when I right click here, you're not going to see any actions because it's easy sometimes to get the strategy panel confused with the trades panel. So Candy, what you're telling me is you are definitely in the strategy trades panel, but when you right click and you go to actions and you click setup sound, you don't have a text to speech option down here. Now, next question, are you on the downloadable client like I am here, or are you on the web version? That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head. If you're on the web version, okay. All right, so let me see something real quick here. Just going to take a peek at the web version because the little widgets and controls over there can vary a little bit. bear with me here just 1 second. Okie dokie. Here are the AI strategy trades. Conservative closed. Okay, so here is the, strategy trades window. Notice when I right click here, you just have this little actions guy. And then, yeah, there is no text to speech, unfortunately, for the web version. You can pick the little beep boop beeps, but right now the text to speech has not migrated over to the web version just yet. So unfortunately, you just get the beep boop beep. Hopefully in the future they'll add the option for the text to speech. Sorry about that. That's what I thought, but just wanted to confirm. Ah, good. Okay, so you've got access to the desktop as well. Good deal. You can get all the talking robot over there that you'd like. ADMS. Well, even with the market nice and green, we're still having some stocks taking some downside excursions today. Let's see if anything looks good from over here. Not a whole lot of quality short setups from the opening range break perspective today.
BR.
Is not surprising. What did we just have? A stop hit on BR? Yep. Okay, so interesting. This BR trade that Holly's been in. Bought it way up here. Unfortunately, it came down here and barely tapped the stop area. But notice, and this one closed out, let's see here, actually about 11 minutes ago. But the bottom line is this. When you see the AI get stopped out, it's always a good idea to pull the stock up if you're not in it and see how it reacts around the stop area. And this is a classic example here. Wicked right through it, then reclaimed the level. Next 5-minute candle, wicked through it again and closed green. This is a good example of what we call a trade around, or the second mouse gets the cheese. There's been plenty of times where I've been stopped out only to see this type of action ensue afterwards, right? So a lot of the times you can profit from the stop outs that Holly produces, because if you see the stock acting in this capacity around the stop area, in essence it's acting as a level of support, or what we could term a pivot point. So if you see this type of activity, then what that allows you to do is get a better price than the AI in hopes that it returns back to its original signal level, or maybe even higher. But the bottom line is, getting long right in this area, or right when that candle closed right there, seeing good activity regarding how the stock reacted around that pivot or stop area can produce some good winning alpha. Okay, I am just
SWBI.
reading your question there. For a top list would be nice if the price did not update, so you can know exact price at the time of the alert. Well, on a top list, what you can do, of course, if the top list never updated, nothing would ever change if that filter set became, invalid. But let's just see here. Just going to pull up a generic top list. Stocks that are experiencing consecutive up days. Boom. Taking a nice pullback today, though. This is one that we were looking at yesterday. Sure wish I would have shorted that one, but anyway. So the top list updates every 30 seconds. Now, you can always right-click and freeze the top list. Notice how everything turns blue up here? So you can freeze the top list at any point in time, and then, those prices won't move until you unfreeze it. Now, as far as knowing the exact price when an alert fired off, we can always see that via the alert window, right? Price over here. But let's say a stock that wasn't on this list all of a sudden meets this filter criteria and shows up on the list, which we don't have any filter criteria. So in essence, all this window is doing is showing me, I think, a max of 200 stocks. Let's see here. Yep, 200. And all I care about is this metric here. Just show me stocks that are having multiple upside days in a row. Sava finally taking a little pullback here. But due to market conditions, we're not seeing a whole ton of stocks up more than 5 consecutive days, except for this one here. What a nice little run MBNKP had. Got above this level here over the past couple of days. So looking strong. Appears to be, nope, not quite there yet. Interesting, this is a week chart, and then this is the total of weeks. So Medallion Bank, probably an IPO, took it down. Now it's slowly working its way back up to this level. Interesting. Let's do a little VWAP experiment here. Okay. I anchored the VWAP to the first week of trading. Notice how for a while here, the purple line, which is the anchored VWAP, acted as a point of resistance. Finally got through it here. Now what was a point of resistance is becoming or has become support. So when you're dealing with newer issues, you have a limited number of days and weeks, you want a nice thing to kind of help you along and figure out where support and resistance might be. The anchored VWAP is excellent for that type of activity. All right, boy, time flies in this hour. We've already chewed through about 50 minutes. Questions panel is open. Don't be shy if you got one. And the market continues to go deeper into its little slumber. Wow, hadn't seen these volume levels in quite some time. But the market, just like all the, and look at the market on a weekly, Everybody was freaking out not too long ago thinking we were at the beginning of the downturn. But when you look at this weekly chart, nothing really looks that alarming. We're just kind of going sideways up here. Things look a little more dire when we go to the daily. But I think all of this downside activity was somehow related to the short squeeze fiasco that we witnessed during that period. It's funny because we've talked about short float and low float stocks for a very long time here at Trade Ideas, years and years. And it was always a pleasure when you could find one that actually went. And, short squeeze was few and far between, and one would come every once in a while, and hopefully we were able to participate in it. But with the GME fiasco, it just triggered an onslaught. Everything with a short float was doing the exact same thing. And, you know, it wasn't just GME, it wasn't just AMC, it was everything. And it all went in unison. So now everything's coming back down to earth. The market is, quote unquote, digesting all of that activity. And, well, we'll see if it was just a phenomenon or if it happens again. My money's kind of leaning on the first explanation there. Don't get me wrong, the volatility was great. It was some good trading opportunity, but definitely a black swan event. Okay, and Barry has given me something to share with, it's a halt window, Mustafa, specifically for you, that Barry wanted me to share to you. So there is a halt window that Barry uses. So let's just see what he's got in there real quick. Okay, pretty much exactly what I had, except he's got some volume qualifiers in there. 20,000 shares. If something's going to be halted, chances are it's probably done at least 20,000. So probably not a showstopper there. But we're pretty much going to see the same same halts and resumes. Now, why am I only... Okay, there's a halt. So whether you leave that filter in there or just have the halt and resume alert, should do it for you. Yeah, for a stock doing a secondary, when did they announce that? Let's see here. At the market equity offering program. That is dated today, yeah. Yep, usually you see him take a little bit of a downturn, but not that guy. Okay, I accidentally clicked on ASAXU, which looks to be a baby stock. Did it just go public today? Note the name, Astria Acquisition, more than likely a SPAC, but only showing 1 day of trading. Same thing applies to a brand new issue too. If today is the only day, just come up here and anchor the first candle, and then you have your anchored VWAP. $60 million on PLSE. What's their market cap? Just over $1 billion. So not really that big of a raise for PLSE. That could have something to do with the fact that the stock is not reacting on the downside. All right, got about 4 minutes till the top of the hour here. So if you've been sitting on a question, now would be a good time to get it out there. And still a very nice crowd in the room today. Always happy to see that. And it looks like Holly's kind of throwing in the towel for signals since 11:04, right about the time we started this live support session. Man, what a nice downturn on that Groupon. That's exactly what you want. if you're short, obviously.
GHL.
SMMT. Okay. Summit looks like, okay. Yep, we're into that, well, doesn't show a gap on the weekly, obviously. But just doing a little, obviously this little area of congestion back here, 2016, could be acting as a level of supply on the summit. SNOA, SNOA. Okay. This kind of looks like something that Andy's scan from Dawn of the Dead might produce, or one of the older Windows trend change lubricant. Looking for these stocks that have really been beaten down. And, once again, looking at the weekly here, looks like it's just going sideways in this range and taking little spikes every once in a while. Let's go back to the daily. We're going to see more of the same. I'd say anywhere in this range right here is fair game. The way it looks right now, keep having these green candles, it might want to, grind its way back up to the top of that range. But clearly we need to see a close above that and a little time spent above that level in order to go in here and maybe get a piece of that big candle. Is Trade Ideas ever going to have some more sophisticated custom formulas? That's been something on the back burner for a very long time. We do have the ability on our side to create just about anything that we can imagine. The only problem is trying to create an interface that allows me, you, and the rest of the world to do that easily with no coding experience is a little bit harder than we anticipated. But I'm not giving up on it. It is a tool that might come to bear in the not too distant future, but we'll just have to wait and see. SNOA above 940. Yep. Looking up here at this level. If it does get above there with some conviction, you're right. Up to the 40 level. Anything there would be fair game. And we can see it's a repeat offender. It's done this 1, 2, 3 times since May of 2020. So sit and wait, and it might happen again. Pharmaceutical stock, notorious for doing things like that. Appreciate you as well, Fred. Thank you very much. Just going to touch base with Barry real quick here. And wow, it just feels like things are going to sleep. Very, very quiet out there right now. All right, we're at the top of the hour. Bear's probably going to be popping back in here anytime now, but feel free to ask any questions while we're waiting. No problemo. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 positions thus far. Kind of circling back around to zero commissions, making these higher frequency strategies feasible again. This is only day number 2, and we're in 24 positions. I would assume by the end of tomorrow, we could be in 30, 40 positions, which, before ZeroCom came into existence, having the capital to overcome commissions would be one thing. So you have to take more risk. But, even moving the testing phase to micro lots, that's always really the best way to test anything, because simulation is simulation. It's going to give us the confidence to put real money into play. But when we can risk very little, and if it's a long strategy, well, okay, you're long, but you're diversified 30, 40 times over a 3-day period. That sounds pretty good to me. you know that way you're going to be in everything. It's not like on a short sale where you might get rejected because it's hard to borrow. Theoretically, you should be able to be in everything
GHL.
from a long status. Okay, Barry, I see you. I see that you've started, so I will stop streaming now. I want to thank everybody for popping in during this 1 hour. Hope everybody's having a nice green day, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. Bye-bye.
Just looking, you want to make sure. Yeah, this is an all-time high now for Veru. Look at the volume that's coming in, VERU. I mean, the alerts were happening here. Okay, I'm sorry, for VERU. The alerts were happening right around here, so I tacked on $1 after the original alert. I'm just waiting. Can you guys hear me? Just want to make sure before I do my video. Okay, Jamie, so you can hear me, obviously. Okay, so because I just have to vacate for a while and do my video. I'll come right back. So we got a couple of runners here, AGEN and Veru, VERU. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video right now while I'm still supercharged. Okay, so doing my video. So I'll be back shortly. So stock guidance, everything that you're wanting, for instance, the momentum up, etc., and that options play, everything is from my homepage. Okay, I'm just going to put the alert. I'm going to put my homepage link. Okay, and when you click on my homepage, just go to the scan section. You'll see all the scans that I am sharing. All right. And I'll just show you right now too, because if you do want to not follow my video, but if you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day, right here. So on my homepage, the recap videos, here are the scans. All right, guys, we'll see you at around, I'm sure it'll be before 125, but I always say that just in case I have some technical issues. Okay, so I'm putting myself on mute. Well, that's the alert window, so I don't know what you mean by the alert. So I got to do my video now, stock guidance. I mean, here are the, I don't know which one you're talking about, but I mean, here are the alerts coming in from my momentum up. Here are the alerts that came from the options. All right, guys, I'm back. I actually did have some technical difficulties, so I had to redo the whole darn thing. So that's why it took me a little bit longer. All right, back and look at the SPY. Do I have something for swing trades? Not well. Okay, if you take a look at my, let's take a look at this. I'm not a big swing trader, but so if you go to my home page, Mike, go to my home page, okay, and click on the scan section. I have something called trend reversals. That might give you something. The other thing you can do is go to our channel, new channel bar, and I think we have a swing channel. You can take a look at that, okay? Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. Why can't I see it? I know it's here. Don't tell me they took it off. Swing ideas, right there. Swing ideas, okay? Swing ideas. Okay, so Mike, you can go to our channel bar, swing ideas. Okay? And so that's from our toolbar. Click on new, channel bar, and then find the swing ideas. So stock guidance, I'm not sure what your question is exactly. From my home page, I share all my scans, okay? Top list, alert windows, the whole bit. Okay? So right here, click on my home page, and here are all the scans that I'm sharing, okay? Including the ones that I've been looking at all day, the unusually strong options, the momentum trades, etc., or alerts. So everything is here. Well, why don't you just click on the alerts here? Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but the reason I do this is so I don't have to constantly put links into the room. Just find the one you want and click on it, just like this. You'd have to do the same thing if I put the link in the room and, copy the link and load it from the cloud. So when you talk about, Elliot, disabling the time stop, are you talking about within an AI strategy? Okay, I'm not getting an answer for. Okay, so how would I disable it? So okay, Holly AI. So long trading and well, if you go in at moderate, conservative is getting, so if you went in at moderate, okay, that basically disables the time stop because it's only going to get out of the trade if it hits a stop, okay? So moderate. Okay, because conservative is getting it out, in theory, in a time stop if there is one. Like a lot of those alerts now, a lot of those strategies are almost all day holds. But that's how you would do it. Okay? Just choose moderate. That'll also override, Elliot, that'll also override the price target too. Okay, it's keeping you in the trade as long as you want until literally the end of the day, unless a stop actually happens. Aggressive is just, it's a what if scenario. What if you didn't get out of the, you held this all the way to the end of the day, no matter, regardless of it hit a stop or, okay, that's just, it's a what if scenario. That's how I like to sort it, to see the stocks that are, active all day long. That is what, moderate is the same as aggressive. The only difference is if a stop actually gets hit, it stops calculating. So for instance, this QRTX, had it come back, it would not keep calculating. See how this is only down 1% instead of 4%? That's because it is coming back. So in theory, if this came all the way back and started to run, this would start moving up on the aggressive because it's not counting the stop. It's just a what if scenario. Yes. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Look at this. Look at this. See, this is the one. In fact, I went over it in the video. I don't often take early trades, but so now this is right. Well, it took out the high right there, 1333, 1390. Where this goes? Well, your profit target is going to be up to you, Jean-Jacques. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, there's really, I mean, the next resistance level, is up here. Whether it's going to meet 20, I can't tell you where you should put a profit target. If you're in the trade, depending where you got in, I mean, at 1758 was the alert. Okay. I really can't help you because, I mean, the next high looking left, could it get there? Maybe, 1956. So you don't have to worry about resistance, chart resistance till then. So I can't help you in terms of where you should set a profit target. I know I'd certainly, want to be taking some profit if it broke down through 18. Probably. But again, that's not a recommendation. It's just sort of, an observance. I don't see MGI. Why don't I see MGI? But it is a boom, yes, and lots of volume. Must be a reason. Oh, I see. The relative volume is too low. I mean, it's picking up, obviously, and it'll probably really rush up, but most of my scans have a minimum relative volume of 2 to 4. I know this one has 4. That's why I didn't see it. That's okay. And if... I know the next question is, well, why don't you reduce it? Well, I could, but that'll introduce a lot of other ones that I don't want to see. So, I miss the MGI, but I'm not inundated with a lot of other alerts that I don't want to see. So I just have to, it's always a give and take. Oh, Nick, I appreciate that. Oh, that's why I had my sound alerts off. I was wondering why I wasn't getting any alerts. That's the reason. This has been sneaky good. I call this a sneaky good little trade. This DTEA, David's T, DTEA. Look from whence it has come. $2.50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 days ago. Hits a high. I think this has something to do with cannabis. I know it's a tea company, but I had this feeling, they were trying to do tea with cannabis. I may be wrong. Maybe somebody can help me there if you know. I am correct. Okay, that's what I thought. Because otherwise, otherwise, I could not really see the reason for the run. Done for the winter season. Ah, you can't stay away, Zach. It's too much of an adrenaline rush. I don't understand what you mean, stock guidance. You're looking for an alert window, not a T scanner. I don't understand what you mean. You mean how to create one? I'm obviously not understanding what you want. You're looking for an alert window, not a topless window. Okay. A specific one or just in general how to create them? Or are you talking about my homepage where all my scans are? Okay. So are you talking about the basic new highs or are you talking about these ones, the watch list? Okay, I should not ask two questions. Are you talking about the basic new highs? That doesn't help me. AA doesn't help me. Are you talking about, okay, answer yeah. Are you talking about my watch list? Why don't you just give me the name of the alert window? Okay, give me the name. Just type it in so I know which alert window you're talking about. Aha! You're not helping me, Sock Guidance. You're not helping me. I have no topless windows here at all. Can you not just give me the name of it? Okay, the basic new highs and lows. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Okay, so it's here. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Is it hard to type it in so I would know? So again, here it is. My home page. Click on my scans, and here it is. Basic new highs and lows, and then no repeat. Okay, right here. Basic new highs and lows. Click on the links. Load them from the cloud. I can see your message. Yes, the interfaith shepherd. I can see your message. Yes, welcome. Okay, guys, the CRTO looks like it might want to go. Not a lot of volume, but it might want to go. I'm keeping an eye on this one. It has some room. Remember, we talked about this. It has some room. Nope. I've got my hands full doing what I'm doing, Preston. So yes, I can. In case you can't hear me, Interfaith. Boom! CYTH. Who knows where this is going and why? I want to say who. I'm not asking the question. That's just the generally who. I have no idea why this is running. No, they're not. Well, they're sort of. They're just subsections. I mean, we have a lot of people like to talk about swing trading. So if you want to talk about swing trading, you go in here. Off topic, stocks only is just for stocks. Okay, literally. I mean, you'd want to talk about a specific stock. Off topic is what it is. Tech support. Sometimes I can help. Subscriptions are where I've got my subscription levels. I'm going to get rid of scans because my scans are really now on my home page. Okay, so they're not different rooms so much. Look at, wow. How fun is this, guys? CYTH. So, Interfaith, I want to give you a link, okay? Gentleman said he's brand new to Trade Ideas, so I want to give you a link. I really think you should take a look at this. This is the 20 short lessons, okay? 20 short lessons. Talks about how to, top lists, alert windows, how to create them. A lot of the basic features of Trade Ideas. Yeah, so Edgardo, let's see if I pronounce your name right. So again, from my homepage, okay, my homepage link. So this is for somebody in our YouTube room. When you click on my homepage link, click on the scans. Click here, all the scans, including moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Yeah, there's an alert. Yeah, SSL a long time ago at 10 o'clock. That was the first alert, 1304, moving a little bit. Pre-market high was 1324. I'd love to see more volume come into this CRTO. It had a little bit of a pop, but I'd like to see more volume. The spread is a little, 7-cent spread, 24.18, 24.25. I mean, this has got room. We looked at the room it's got. Yeah, look at the weekly chart. I mean, it's got room to, the 28 level. And this is, it's from the option volume. Or abnormal option activity. But the spread again now it's 24.12, 24.24. I mean, it's tough. Now listen, it could come out of nowhere. The volume, and it could pop it up, but I just wish it were trading a little more volume right now. Wow, easy come, easy go, guys. So again, with these low floats, you hear me say this all the time. The CYTH. Look how low the float is. 3.8 million in the float. That's pretty expensive for that low of a float. So you cannot get into a trade like this and then wander away. This is a 2-minute chart. Look at the drop, 15.34. So it dropped $2. In almost a blink. Wow, look at this one. We see a lot of charts like this. Stocks that have been beaten up, coming back a little bit with big void areas. It's not a huge one. I mean, there's $3, but I mean, up to here, 4. This is SLNO. It's not a low float, 53 million in the float, but it's extended. So when I talk about this, I don't mean take the trade, but I mean, you have to, pay attention, maybe put it on a watch list or create a price alert if it takes out an area. Because, I mean, these are just huge potential moves that can be made. Anybody else getting some chart lag? A little bit of chart lag? I did a reset of my... Okay, I did a reset, and that might have solved it. All right, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Solo will pick it up. Yeah, okay, it is picking it up. No question, it is picking up. And finally, on some volume, though. Look at the volume that came into Solo. Still lagging horribly behind FUV and all, but you know what? Maybe it's going to finally start having a bit of a run. I mean, Solo, you just have to look over here, 926. So this was the day, this was the Monday of the trade of the week. This was the trade of the week last week. It had a nice day, and then it pulled back. Because I can't remember what the trigger was supposed to be, but it did have a nice gap off the trigger. I'll stick an alert around 926. I mean, this did get up, quite a while ago, 1360. Really? WSB, right on. Well, okay. Interesting. Yeah, we need a Reddit watcher or subreddit watcher. JB, I nominate you. I just can't do it. I mean, I've just got so much going on. I just cannot follow. But that's good information. I mean, I think this is relatively legit. I mean, it's a fairly high short float percent. Okay. Well, the only thing on the Solo, though, I mean, I do think this is somewhat legit if it takes this out. It won't be just them. There'll be other people looking at this. I mean, this has just lagged really the other EVs. Plus, I've sat in one of their cars, so... Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys. The CRTO. This is, a French stock out of Paris. So that's why it can trade kind of erratically, on our exchange. But we'll see. I mean, if it can take this out, but I want some volume. Imagine we get a volume bar like this right here to pop it through, and then look left. It's got a lot of room. Well, I have an alert set here for solo. You can see there's a high right there at 1921 and another one right there at 1925, another one there at 1918. If it can somehow clear that. And honestly, it's got nothing really for me to do with WSB. I mean, at some point you would think it has to rally a bit, lagging all the other ones, especially FUV. No diss to the French. It's just that it trades on another exchange. Obviously, probably more than likely trades on a French exchange. So sometimes those can be, I know you're just kidding me, but sometimes those can be a little bit erratic. Yeah, there's Arrow, another one probably lagging. AYRO. Yeah, I mean, it's lagging too. Another EV play. Okay, thank you, Real. I see what you did. I guess you got rid of it. Okay, thank you. I didn't see that. Appreciate that. Yeah, there are very few rules in this room. Well, don't pump stocks, of course. Don't talk about other trading rooms. Okay, that's probably just out of consideration for this room and myself. We don't talk about how much we made. We don't talk about how many shares we bought. Okay, so Pat, you are a premium subscriber? So Pat, are you a premium subscriber? Because if you are, all you have to do is click on New from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. So from our toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window, and this is the window you'll see. Here are all the alerts that happened today. And you can incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay? Don't go to the channel bar. So from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades Window. Hopefully you can see my window, my screen, and that's what you want. And then you'll see all the trades as they come in, and then you can save this as part of your layout. Okay, so save this as part of your layout, and then tomorrow you'll see them all right from the beginning. Well, guys, you know what today is? Today is Thursday, so yeah, Grumpy. Oh, man, AACG, yeah, this is on the run. I'm sure this was an early alert, 534, so now 649, pulled back, boom. Found it, good. Okay, so take that and incorporate this. If you have a layout already on your screen, save your layout with this in it so you don't have to do it every morning. Oh no, you can save your layout. No, this you're looking at my app. This is the app. You can save your layout right here. File, save layout. You can either save it to your computer. I save it to my computer, and then you can file, save or share to cloud, entire, give it a name, and save it. So no, you can save it with the app. Out of nowhere. Look at this. Out of nowhere. Look. I mean, look at this move. I saw this morning. This is part. This was part of my. You know, I was doing my pre-market scanning. I saw this, and it had a pop, and then it really did nothing. But then all of a sudden, again, look at. I mean, look at the volume. Look at the volume. I mean, 9 million shares in the floats. 164 million. I have no idea why it's running. I don't see any news on it. No idea. It's a China stock. You know what? It reminds me a little bit like Lizzie. I'm not saying it's going to do what Lizzie did, but you know, out of nowhere, this Lizzie, another China stock, just started getting some traction. And yeah, so it depends. Yeah, we have a calendar. If you click on calendar and you don't see this, and you probably have to download our beta. Okay, if you go to if you go to my, if you click on my homepage link, so if you see the calendar, then it is starting to do this. Okay. And I'm just trying to bring it up. Sometimes it's a little bit. There we go. It's double left click. It's a little bit buggy, I'm finding, but you know, this will get a lot better, okay? In terms of your previous trades in the simulator. Yeah, there, you see, this is what you're supposed to see, but I have to double click a few times. But this is going to get better. This is sort of a first take, if you will. And there were some IPOs today too, guys. And I see there's Sana. I see there's SNCE. For those of you who like to follow the IPOs, SNCE. I think there might have been another one. LABP, another IPO. All right, guys. So I'll be in the marketing meeting pretty soon. So I will put the message in. I'll put myself on mute as I get closer to 2 o'clock. And I'm going to try to cut it short. I don't, you know, these things are going on way too long. Here's another one, guys. Look at this CNSP. CNSP 384 is the next high looking left. It's a low float situation. Another little pharma just going crazy. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. And there goes solo, guys. A little bit of solo action here. Man, oh man, have we had some great alerts today. I mean, look at the David's T. It's probably pulled back, but I'm just looking at my options. The CRTO, it finally did move a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, jury's still out for me whether it's really going to ramp, but. And here's Ambo. What is Ambo doing? I mean, look at the room these things have. I mean, 420 is the next high. Looking left on the weekly, on the monthly chart for Ambo. Trade of the week. That was last week's trade of the week with solo, but just click on my homepage, okay? If you go to the subscriptions tab right there, click on my homepage right there, and trade of the week right here, okay? So you can sign up for it. Solo was last week's. Boom! There it goes. Okay, again, JKC, just go to my homepage. Click on the subscriptions tab, click on my homepage, and one of the links is the trade of the week, okay? You sign up for it, all right? I think I saw a long question, but I don't see it anymore. So if I've missed the question, and tech support maybe? No. Oh yeah, Commodore. No, yeah, those trailing stops only available. Oh yeah, it's usually. I mean, you trade it any way you want, but yeah, they are typically longer term trades. Yes, but you can trade it any way you want, of course. Yeah, I know, but you can trade it any way you want. I mean, listen, if okay, you get into a trade at $10 and it hits 15 in half a second, you might want to trade some out. All right, guys, I'm just I'm so busy. I am so busy. Regular stops work, yes. Yes, regular stops do work, yes, Commodore. Yes. AACG, I know this came here, 534. I mean, this, yeah. Mentioned this just before I went on my not the break, but the marketing meeting, and I don't see any news on it. I said this could do a Lizzie, Lizi. It's a China stock. I don't see any news on it. I'm sure there's something, but I don't see any news. Smart level is it's an algorithm. It's a proprietary algorithm. It takes into account the volatility, the high and the low of the day, JJ. Okay. It's a guide. That's all it is. It's just a guide. Oh, I see. And the properties. Smart level. Smart level. Yeah. Okay. That's just what it is. I mean, if you check it, you're going to see like there's a smart stop. Okay. That smart stop was created. It's a proprietary creation. It's a guide. Okay. So in theory, if you got into the trade right here at 784, your stop is at 767. You don't have to follow it, of course, but that's what it really is all about. Wow, guys, this has just been an amazing day. I hope everybody is. I mean, these are just, we've had just incredible moves and pretty decent trend moves too. I mean, that's the main thing. You can have moves, but if they're chopping up and down, it's really tough. But we've had some pretty decent trend moves. You know, once they got going, I mean, look at Veru. I mean, boom, and then a little pause, straight up. I mean, these are great trends as opposed to, a big red candle, a big green candle, a big red candle. Yeah, at the end of the day, it looks like it's up a lot, but hard to stay in some of these trades. Can't do it, see, no. It looks at, no. So the answer is no. It just looks at all the top list windows that you have, plus if you have a price alert window open and the AI trades, you cannot designate it. Okay, I don't know what you mean by a variable high in 60 minutes. That might be too tough. It sounds like it's too tough for us to do, Libra, but you might have to explain a little bit more. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I didn't see your question. Well, I mean, obviously it's a virus play. I have no special insight, Seydou. No special insight whatsoever. And I mean, it sounds like you've been. I don't know. You have a stop in place. Have you been stopped out, or is it close to your stop? No special insight. I mean, it's a virus play. Lots of, it had somewhat negative news right here that week, I guess. Oh, that couldn't be that week. I guess it was last week. So I have no special insight. My only insight is have a stop. All right, let me try to answer that quick. Can we also make a new alert? Cause no, no. I mean, I know what you're saying. You're trying to say that okay, if AGN pops in here, you want it to automatically be linked to a chart. No, no. I mean, listen, that might work. That might work if you had when I say work, it might make sense if you had a window that was only giving you a few alerts every few minutes, but otherwise, your charts would be changing constantly. And so, no, the answer is no. I mean, you have to click, you know, to me, it's not a big deal. You click on the alert and the charts change. Then now you can examine it to see if you want to trade it. That I can do, Libra. Okay. Configure, position, and 60-minute range, position in the 60-minute range. Okay. Add the filter, and you can put something like 90% or 95%. That would mean it would be in the high of the 60-minute range, as an example. Did you get that? Okay, so right click, configure, type in position, POSI, to start typing in position. We have the position in the 60-minute range in a percent. Add the filter. So if you want it near the high in 60 minutes, just put, you know, I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you what to use, but if you put 90, that means it'll be, you know, within 10% of the high. If you put 100, it'll be right at the high, obviously, but okay, makes sense? And after that, you know, arrange your other filters, your price range, your volume, and all that. But that is, you can also just use this as a column and then sort on the column. So you'll see the ones that are, you know, right near the high of the 60-minute range. All this making sense? If not, I'll explain it again. Well, when you say it didn't work, what do you mean by it didn't work? I mean, this will certainly show you stocks that are near the high of the 60-minute range. I mean, you know, unless our math is completely off, but I mean, this is no different from the position in days range. You know, like all the filters. Now it's 60 minutes, you know, it is 60 minutes on the candle, 60 minutes. Maybe it's not a rolling 60 minutes, but it's the 60-minute candle. Okay. Let's just see. Let me answer Scott. The source you're pulling charts up based on your what? Well, no. Anytime I get an alert, when I click on an alert, the charts pop up. I mean, I have these symbol linked. Okay, they're all symbol linked. So when I click on a symbol, all these charts will change. This one doesn't, SPY doesn't, because I don't want it to, of course. And so it's unsymbol linked. There are only two options with our charts. Your right click, properties, and symbol linking or not symbol linking. Okay? So it's the charts are I mean, why the charts are changing is because I'm clicking on a symbol. Okay? Let me just try something here. I just want to try something. Where is it? Oh, here it is. All right, so I just quickly created something. Okay, so the SLNO, now remember this is a top list, so it's going to upgrade every or update every 30 seconds. But SLNO, when I pulled it up, okay, and it was right at the high here, and here's a 60-minute candle, and it was right at the high. You know, so well, it's not a what. Well, these are it could be combination, Scott. Any symbol that I check on, these are not watch lists. These are just scans that I've created. Okay. So any, from the AI, these are the AI alerts. So any symbol that I click on will load the charts. It doesn't matter whether it's from an AI alert or my personal scans that you see here. Okay, makes sense? It's yeah. So we don't have the relative. We don't have the stock twits anymore, Mike. Okay, we stopped our arrangement with them, so it's not available anymore. I never used it. I have to admit, I never ever used it. No idea. Okay, so I had a question in our YouTube room. The multi-strategy window. I open the room at 9 o'clock. I go from 9 to 3 every day. Okay, 9 to 3 Eastern time. What time do I open? Well, I'm on the. Okay, I open it. I open at to 7 o'clock. 4 o'clock my time. I'm in the West Coast, so I start looking at the software at 4 o'clock my time. 7 o'clock Eastern time. I always say 4 o'clock my time because, yeah, 4 in the morning, yep. Okay, yes. So, JJ, I'm going to get to your question, and I'm going to get to JKC's question. Okay, so I have two questions I want to answer. Do I start in a particular area? Okay, so I'll answer your question, David. Yeah, in Alaska. Yeah, well, you're the same time zone, aren't you? Right up, just a little further up the coast from me in Vancouver. So I'll answer your question second, JJ. Okay, so the question was, what do I start looking at in the pre-market? So here are my scans. These are my 4 go-to scans in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, shared, pre-market, actives up and down. Those are the 4 that I concentrate on, okay, in the pre-market. Okay, now you don't have to do the same thing as I do, but that's what I concentrate on. That's showing me all the big active moving stocks in the pre-market. Okay, now the question was, in the gap continuation or reverse, this is a multi-strategy window. Okay, so the question was, can I explain what they are? Not the filter so much, but the principle behind it. So let me bring it up. Well, if you're brand new, you're premium brand new. So I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 short lessons. I mean, that's where I would start. Remember now, this room is not about my telling you what to buy and sell. You know, we have ideas, and if they meet your kind of trading plan, or if you hear what I'm saying and it kind of makes sense to you, fine. We've got all sorts of other great traders in the room. They're throwing out ideas also. I mean, if you're brand new to trading, I know it can be a little overwhelming. That's why, it's a good idea to sit back, practice trading with our simulator before you before you start actually committing money to the market. So take those 20 short lessons, okay? They're very easy. So let me get this. So the question was, so these are well, you can have this. Okay, so David, not David, JJ, I mean, you can take a look at the filters yourself, but I mean, this is a multi-strategy window, and the purpose of a multi-strategy window is to, well, there are two reasons. If you don't have a lot of screen space, then it means you can take alert windows, all these A windows, and you can combine them into one window called a multi-strategy window. That's number one. Number two, sometimes it's nice to create kind of like-minded alert windows, even if you have the screen space, and put them into a multi-strategy window. So these are the four strategies. So the gap up and go, what that means is the stock gapped up. First print of the day, it gapped up, and it kept going up. Gap down and reverse. That means it gapped down. First print of the day, it gapped down, and it reversed. Gap up and reverse. It gapped up. First print of the day, it gapped up, and it reversed. And then gap down and go, and then it gapped down, it kept going down. So these two are kind of the mirrors, gap down and go, and gap up and go. They're kind of the mirror images. One continues. Well, they both continue in their directions, and these reverse. Okay? So the king, are you talking about options? Delta, theta, etc. The Greeks? Are you talking? We don't have anything like that. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, we have some consolidation. I don't use them at all. Okay, you can try. I don't use them at all, but you can try. I mean, consolidation. Consolidation. You can try this alert. You'll just click on help. You'll see what it's about. You can see that you can assign a value. If you put 10, you'll probably hardly get any. So you can try this. I don't use this. You can also try these consolidation breakouts, a little bit longer, 30-minute consolidation breakouts. You can try these. These are alerts. Okay, so again, right-click on an alert window, configure, search, and just type in consolidation. Yeah, I haven't got a clue. ACG, I mean, I haven't got a clue what they do. Other than reward anybody who took it. One year. Wow. Excellent. The King. No, it's suitable to ask. I share the individual scans, okay? The individual scans. So again, on my homepage link right here, I share the individual scans. You can kind of pick and choose. There's no way I want to create a layout with all these scans in it, okay? So some of you might want to concentrate on earnings. Some of you want to, low floaters on the move. I showed you this is what I use in the pre-market. Up big yesterday, reversing today. Not everybody wants everything. So there was no way I was just going to create one big layout with all these scans in it. First of all, that defeats the purpose. You should never have that many scans. You'll never get anything done. Okay? Royal, can you not see just, okay, I'll put it in again. Okay, just put it in Barry's homepage. It's called Barry's homepage. Everything's on my homepage. Wow. I mean, this momentum window is just, so many momentum plays. And again, if you want it, go to my homepage. Go to my homepage. It's there. Ambo, Ambo, Ambo. Listen to it over and over again. If you have this one, the text to voice. Here was the original alert at 311. 450 now, guys. 450. 311, the original alert. 450 now. Look at the volume coming in. Another China stock. Who knows? Maybe this will be tomorrow, the next few days, Lizzie's. They sometimes they just run together. Lizzie is not an education stock. I don't believe, it's not an education stock, and it may not be over. You're right. It may not be over. There's always one party pooper, and his name is William. And I kid him. He knows I'm just kidding him. Just go to the scanners section. It says Barry's Scanners or Barry's. Yeah, another one just popped. XLEB. A few days ago, this hit $3. 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, it hit $3. I mean, could it do it again? I don't know. Oh, it's totally up to you. I mean, I just made a decision a long time ago. There's so many stocks to try to concentrate on, so I just want to concentrate on the 1 to 20. That's all. Absolutely does not mean you have to. If you take my basic new highs and lows as an example, if you like this one, you can, of course, change it. You want to, you can make it to the price range you like. Meaning with all these, you'll get different, you'll still get alerts. It's just that I decided a long time ago that, I just wanted to concentrate on this price range. That's all. But, it's easy to change. You just change the minimum and the max and, focus on the range you like. Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're more comfortable with a higher price stocks because you feel they are less risk, then by all means. Well, there is and there isn't regarding TI. I mean, you can make trade ideas as difficult as you want, and by that I mean, you know, some people take a look and they see all the alerts and filters that we have. I probably use 0.5%. Okay, yeah, we've got a lot because we have different styles of traders out there, or different types of traders out there. So we try to create enough alerts and filters to satisfy most people's needs. Do we satisfy everybody's needs? No, but you know, then maybe it's not the program. Again, when I say for you, I don't mean you personally, but that's what we did. We you know, instead of having to, in fact, I think somebody asked earlier about will we ever create a programming language? No, never. I can almost guarantee we will not create a programming language. Force people to learn how to program using trade ideas. You know, I mean, there is a market for that, yes, but it's a smaller market, and I think this appeals to the broader market, who don't have to learn any sort of programming skills whatsoever. Well, there it goes. There's Lizzie. It shouldn't. Some people say that. I've never had that issue. I mean, it shouldn't. Big G Irish or Big Irish. Windows save as default. I mean, or save to cloud. I mean, it really shouldn't. I don't understand. It shouldn't. That's all I can say. You know, these are, I mean, I don't use strategies anymore, but you know, these are the same ones every single day that are here. So I don't know why. You might have to go to our official tech support and ask. Man, oh man, another CNSP. So looking left, what do we see? 379. That's the next high looking left. And on, you know, when I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there. It just means that we've taken some chart resistance out of the equation, why a stock may not move higher. Well, guys, and the market, it continues to surge a little bit higher. It is near that time, yes. Well, this has been exciting, fast day for me. Lots of stuff to talk about. That makes the day go really quickly. So I do appreciate that. Yabba dabba doo. Yeah, so it may be next year, Scott. I don't know for sure. I mean, obviously this year had been planned in October, I guess, but because of pandemic, was canceled. They may do it next year. I don't know. It definitely won't be any earlier than next October. Yeah, but now you have me, Scott. You can ask me questions, and. The only issue is, of course, I have a certain style of trading. It may not be your style, but I can certainly attempt to help. Well, backtest a strategy with only I don't. Well, I mean, I suppose, I don't know. That's a good question. Probably, yes. Let me just see. SPY. Let me type in SPY. So the change today, yeah. So you can use the change today. Has to be negative. Okay. So change today. Add the filter. put a negative number in here, so you'll only see at the time of the alert, the SPY was down. At the time of the alert. Now, it doesn't mean later on that the SPY could have zoomed higher, but at the time of the alert, the SPY has to be down. Okay? Well, just follow along. Just follow along. I mean, listen to what they say. Or talk about it. I mean, they talk about stuff all day long, so. Any advice on ZOM? Let's see. Before I go. Yeah, I remember this. I mean, Zomedica, whatever it's called. Well, I guess it could get going again if it takes out that high of last month, 150. You're looking at probably a lot of resistance right around 2, so that's about all I can say. Yeah, I don't use trailing stops at all. Okay, so I'm the wrong person to ask. I think some people use 0.5%. Some people might use 1%. I don't use them at all. I've never used a trailing stop. Most of the time, I'm not in too many trades at the same time, so I'm able to watch on a chart where I like to get areas I want to get out, as opposed to putting some artificial like 0.5% or 1% or a dollar value. So I'm the wrong person. Sorry. You can see the move earlier, Poe. Yes, you can. You may introduce other ones that you may not want to see. But that's why I've put a very tough set of filters in here. But you're absolutely right. You can lower the standard. You can lower your standards. Okay. Yes. Libra. So yes, I mean, if you want to see, you're talking about these numbers here, for instance. Let me see if I can find one. Here, no, but oh, here we go. So here's a position and range. Not really necessary because every time I see this is at the top, but yes. Sorry. So properties, where is it? Man, I haven't seen this. I haven't done this for a while. Graphical indicator. So if you right click in the body, and we see where it says graphical indicator, uncheck it, and now you'll see the number. I just like the graphical, but it's up to you. And that's with anything that looks like this. I don't restrict it by market cap or daily volume. No, not daily volume. Okay. I mean, I don't really care too much about market cap. You can have some of these really small ones that all of a sudden, have very few shares and all of a sudden for whatever reason, like a Lizzie, Lizzie, I mean, with very few shares probably, and for whatever reason, it starts to zoom higher. So I know that's just me though. Okay. I don't care about market cap. Minimum number of shares, there is a minimum in here, 400,000 shares as an example. But most of the time that the ones that show up in here are going to be trading millions. They're just starting out at the very beginning. So that's why I don't want to I want to catch them a little bit early to see what's happening. So I don't want to put 2 million in here because by the time it hits 2 million, it may have already run a bit. So, but again, that's up to you. I mean, it's just what I do. what we're trying to do in these sort of windows and the momentum is we're finding the ones that for whatever reason, I mean, Ambo, look at Ambo. Look at Ambo doing nothing for so many weeks, months, whatever. And all of a sudden today it's having its day. Do I care about its market cap? Do I care about anything else other than the fact that it did this? Not really. All right, guys. Wow, what a day. So we'll do this again tomorrow, starting at 9 o'clock Eastern. Tomorrow is Friday. Yes, it is Friday. So tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, I shall open the room. Thanks so much for all the help. I think that's just going to your broker. That's a smart, I think, within Interactive Broker. Okay. So, I'm exhausted. All right, guys. So thanks again. I really do appreciate all the help. I appreciate the civility in the room. I should say that more often. It makes the job a lot easier. Okay. Thank you for that. And I shall shut the room down now. I'm just going to put the message in here, opening the room tomorrow at Friday at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody. And we shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.